Good morning, everyone. We're just going to get started here shortly, so thanks for tuning in. We will get it on the radio as soon as we start getting some audio out here. So thanks for watching on CNB TV, also on KXSWResnet.com, also on the SWO Council YouTube channel. So thanks for watching. I will give the number out for questions, and I will post it on the screen, and I will say it every once in a while also. So thanks for tuning in. General Council, day number 1, the Winter Council. It is a gorgeous day out there today, so hopefully you're tuning in on different medias, and we will go live here on the radio 89.9 here in just a few moments, as soon as I can connect up to the radio. So I will, Christmas music is playing right now, so we'll hear a little bit of that, the Chipmunk song, and we'll get to the we'll be live here on the radio here in just a bit. So we are officially live on the radio. So thanks for tuning in. This is KXSW 89.9 FM. Good morning. And I will post the number for the broadcast here, the SWO Winter General Council. So we are we'll be getting ready here shortly as the drum group gets ready to open up. So we will start here shortly. So we are about ready to go with the opening songs by Mikey Peters and the
9:16. We'll just get started with our flag song with our going down to our agenda. So right now we're gonna go with the flag song. We're gonna call on our drummers up there. So it's up to you, Mikey.
Okay.
Members of council and execs, I just want to, at this time, I appreciate the veterans coming in and posting their colors, and I want to thank Mikey and his sons for providing those ceremonial songs. At this time, I'd like to ask one of our elders on council. He's served for 2 years now. He's going to be going out. So I think this will be his last 2 meetings at General Council. So at this time, I'd like to ask Reverend Nippy Owen to offer us a morning prayer.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord. We just lift up our tribe to you, Lord, the whole reservation, Lord. We just ask that you watch over each and every one. Keep our elders safe during this time, Lord. And we just lift up the families that have lost loved ones this past, all this time when the COVID was going on. Lord, has taken so many of the lives from us here on this reservation and all across our state. So, Lord, we just lift up the families of the ones that have lost loved ones last night, Lord, yesterday, the burials that are going on today. Lord, just be with the speakers, the ministers, Lord, everyone that brings your word today to the families and the friends. Lord, today as we go through this meeting, Lord, we just ask for your guidance. Be with the ones that have come in to present their reports. Watch over them. Keep everyone safe, Lord, from the COVID. And Lord, we thank you for your healing hand upon us today, Lord, that you reach down, touch those that are sick, those in the hospital, those that are administering the shots, Lord, for the COVID. Lord, just be with all health workers, everyone, Lord, on the front line that meets people every day and puts their lives in danger. So, Lord, we just thank you for your protection over each and every one. Be with our President-elect, Lord, and his cabinet, Lord. Just guide them and the things that they need to deal with, the struggle that is coming up in government, Lord, all across our nation. We thank you today, and we thank you for our council members that are gathered here, Lord, to sit here and just to be a part of this historic time that is going on, Lord, with all the illness and the deaths, Lord, that we're seeing throughout the country, across the world. So we thank you, Lord. We praise you for all that you do, and we ask your blessing upon the meeting. We thank you, Lord, for all that you do for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, we're going to go right down the agenda. So we'll get an agenda. Council, the chairman right now.
I figure I'd stand up here. I think, can you hear? The mic's up? The mic's on? Testing? Okay. Thank Nippy. I appreciate your opening up with it in a good way with a prayer. Berlin, there's a couple of council people that will be calling in because they're quarantined. I appreciate everybody for coming. Like I said, Hamadaki Api. My Dakota name is Hupa Humaza. I carry that name from my grandpa Douglas Ray County. The translation is Iron Wings because when he jumped out those planes and when he was wounded in Philippine Islands, he came with the Iron Wings in his jumpsuit when he came back. So that was his Dakota name. This SWO General Council is going to be different, kind of like the same as last time. I know we're used to having all our friends and relatives in the rotunda, and I miss those days. Everybody walk around and without our face masks. The times are different now, and it's only gonna be for a short while because this ain't gonna last forever. At this time, it is closed to the public because of the ongoing COVID-19 surge on the Lake Travis Reservation. The community spread is rampant amongst our community, and so instead of hosting everyone in person today, you are joining us online. And this way we could still talk to you and conduct important business without risking our lives, without getting each other sick, especially our younger generation to our older ones. Because a lot of us, we come to work, yet we're still high risk, but we come to work and we do our best for our community. So this morning I say welcome to our listeners out there. And it's weird. Earlier this year we had a snowfall, and I was thinking at that time it was going to be a bad winter coming in. And I'm thankful because we have projects going on in the community, as everybody sees. And I'm thankful that we had a break from the snow, so those projects could continue to go on for our community and be finished by the time of this end of this month or a little later. So I appreciate me coming in and the current leadership for setting those projects, and for myself and you all to see those projects finished. Winter has always been a challenging time for the Dakota people, Ocheki, Shokowi, and South Dakota. It was a time to hunker down and survive until the springtime comes. So this winter is even more challenging for us. This is the COVID winter. Many have contacted the virus and suffered because of it. We all have friends and family. We've all been affected by it. Every family group in our tribe has also lost loved ones to this disease. It's taken our elders, and it's heartbreaking to witness and experience it, especially our language speakers. We are losing teachers, spiritual leaders, fluent language speakers, parents, and grandparents. They are in many ways the glue that holds our communities together. Each of these individuals are libraries of the Dakota culture, history, and ancestral knowledge for us. They are irreplaceable, and we have no time to grieve as this is affecting us all, and it's all coming quick. To all of you who have lost loved ones for COVID-19, I am sorry. And as part of the council, the leadership, and executives, we extend our condolences. We are with you. We are sorry. Our hearts are with you, and I'm mindful to your struggles. And we all know your pain. I lost loved ones to the virus too. And I send my condolences and offer prayers to Ate Wakantaka for all of you every day. In 2020, we must be also hunkered down to survive until the spring comes. But we must also follow our ancestors' example by preparing. Johanna and when we had our council in the old buildings, there was a picture of this elder lady. She had all this wood. She was carrying all this wood. I used to like that picture because that used to tell me our ancestors always prepared themselves for winter or whatever. And so today, we must continue to do that. I know we're getting soft nowadays, but we all must be prepared. In 2020, in closing, we had a lot of struggles with this COVID because it's new to all of us. But we're doing our best as leadership for our members out there to keep everybody safe. So we are doing our best. And we thank for all the families out there in the community doing their best to keep everybody safe in their homes, staying home, wash your hands, watch your distance. You know, the 3 W's that we're always saying. And also too, spring is coming. Next week, the System Optin Oyate will receive the 300 doses of the modern vaccine. IHS will begin by vaccinating healthcare workers first responders, their workers. And I know the vice chairman in his program that he was, in his office, was taking that responsibility of the COVID funds and also watching over their programs. And him and Sonny could tell you lots of stories with those dedicated workers going out to those homes, providing those meals, putting lots of hours, after hours, the weekends, they're out there. Law enforcement, Captain Gary Kokowski and his law enforcement officers out there, dedicated out there, doing their best they can for our community members in this pandemic. And the Dakota Pride workers. And I also appreciate the emergency management. I know they'll be giving the report after Gary's report, but I'm just giving a heads up before. I don't want to steal his thunder, but he'll everybody know. As the SWO, as leadership, as community members out there, my friends and relatives, we need to hold on. Keep taking our precautions out here and protect the people who are vulnerable to COVID-19. Our older generations and our younger, high risk. If you don't need to travel or anything, just stay home, please. When it comes time for you to be vaccinated, and I hope you will do. I hope we all think about it and pray about it, be vaccinated. So it's coming. And as Gary and EMS and IHS, they'll educate the community members on that. It'll be on live. So even this week, you'll be hearing on it. We want to educate our community members on this. This vaccine has been vetted by highly qualified scientists who are experts in their fields and has been thoroughly tested and shown to be effective. And it's about our survival as native nations. In order for it to work, however, as many people as possible need to be vaccinated. We can wipe out COVID-19 in our community just like smallpox, as our ancestors survived that, and we can survive this now. So in closing, COVID-19 is not something you don't want to catch, because we hear those stories from our friends and relatives. Some are lucky and have no symptoms, but others can be sick with it for months, be hospitalized, have lifelong health problems from it, or pass on. You can also catch it more than once, so take precautions, our relatives out here. Back to the task at hand, and we have our agenda. Today you will hear reports from our managers of the SWO travel programs. And I thank you for attending out there and listening in. You, the people, are in charge. And we are honored to serve you as leaders. And I want to make that clear. We are servant leaders. So I wish you all a happy holiday season and help me dock your loss. Thank you. And at this time, I want to call on Gary.
Good morning. My name is Gary Kokowski. I'm the Captain of Police for the System Optin Law Enforcement Department. I oversee a staff of 30. That's including detention, dispatchers, police officers, investigators. I also have oversee the Emergency Management Department, Victim Witnesses Coordinator, Victim Assistant Coordinator, and Domestic Violence Coordinator. Right now, we currently do have some openings in law enforcement if anybody's interested in applying. So you'll see our HR department. The Sistawampton Tribal Police commitment is to provide public safety and leadership to the tribal members of the Lake Traverse Reservation, ensuring that all people feel safe and secure in their homes and communities. This mission is founded on trust, integrity, and pursuit of excellence. We resolve to attract and retain employees dedicated to provide quality, cost-effective service to Lake Traverse Reservation. In our annual report, I guess our main issue, our main goal right now for me is to get our detention facility built. We do have one, except the 638 monies provided by the tribe that we lobbied for, 5.1 million. We are in the process right now with working with and of course members from the tribe, planning department, legal department, get in contact. This is much. It's a year from now for us. So it's been a tough year. The arrests were 232, traffic stops 1,279, arrests, citations or arrests are 299, juveniles 238 reported crimes or stops and 49 arrests. That number not only reflects what's going on at the jails as far as COVID and not holding or be able to arrest people, but it also not having that jail detention center for us is does affect what's going on in the community as far as crime trends and what's happening. We still are making, like I said, the arrest investigations on drug arrests. I know we had 33 were reported to us. In 19 or 24, there was 24 tribal arrests, 3 state arrests in the drugs. Drugs is another issue we're dealing with. We just recently got our 2 canines certified with the state of South Dakota also. They will be able to utilize and work together closely to work the cases that are occurring on the Lake Traverse Reservation, because the drugs don't just stop at the reservation line. They keep going. They're affecting tribal members in Sisseton and Beaver and Wabat, all over the place, all the way to Watertown and Sioux Falls. Those connections are all there, and those drug dealers, very good connections. So working together and coming up with ideas and fighting the crime and the drugs is huge for us. I monitor also several grants. We got the Indian Highway Safety Grant this year. We're already, right now, we had our first checkpoint last night. This is the campaign for the Don't Shatter the Dream program that the Indian Highway Safety started for all of Indian country. So there'll be more checkpoints and saturation patrols throughout the reservation. I think we have about maybe 10 lined up. Hopefully the weather stays good, and but hopefully everybody abides and does not drink and drive. That's the main goal of these checkpoints, and get that information out there. We also monitor school resource officer under the COPS program. We also received three COPS grants for this year for future. You might have seen those in the council minutes, but the one's for a community policing officer, another one's for a school resource officer for Enemy Swim District for the school. And also, like I said, we also have some vacant. So if you're interested in law enforcement, like I said, please come see me, come see someone, maybe you know someone that works at a department, talk to them about it. And then visit with the HR department, put your application in. It's an easy process. Like I said, that if we go through the programs list here, our main goal, like I said, is going to be our detention facility. That's what we're really going to focus on that. You're going to hear there's going to be a lot of council minutes dealing with that. It's really important that we get this detention program going. It just frees up a lot of issues that happens for law enforcement, tribal court, Dakota Pride, just the help that we can get people in our facility. And that's our goal, is to get people the help they need. We still have the contracts with the BIA. We're still doing the best we can to transfer people, to where they need to go, what facility they need to be at. Of course, there's issues of COVID. COVID's hit our police department also, and it's caused some issues with transporting, inmates and whatnot. But we're getting through that and working the best we can with the other facilities to make it work and get the help that our tribal members need that are being incarcerated in other facilities. We also, one of the things I'm dealing with now, in the list here is our police commissioners. So some districts, wasn't sure, they had some vacants on there, but like I said, if you do have a complaint on the law enforcement department, I don't really address personal ones in public meetings, but feel free to contact me, contact your council rep, your police commissioner, the executive. He's over me as the chairman. He's constantly, if he gets a complaint, he lets me know right away to look into it. And so there's stuff. It doesn't happen right away because I got to gather all the information and stuff, but it does get looked into. It gets documented, and but what I need is a written complaint. It has to be signed, some address and phone numbers to contact you, so we can get through whatever issue we're dealing with. And if someone from my staff needs to be disciplined, they'll get disciplined. But if there's a violation, the officer should have body cameras or car camera footage, video or audio tapes, so we can get through it. So we can continue to serve the people of the Lake Traverse Reservation in the best way possible. But that's basically my report. I've been doing a lot of work with Jim, EMS, and Sonny from the chairman's office. The department, I don't know where we stand with curfew, because the 23rd, I was told, might be the last day for funding. So we'll have less officers out there to enforce the curfew. So if we continue with the curfew, if the tribal council wants to continue with the curfew, we'll work something out with there. But please, the main thing, like what the chairman said, is be safe. Wear these masks, wash your hands, social distance. Like I said, I've been through it. It wasn't good, and it's a holiday time, and I hope everybody takes a look at how they're going to be doing Christmas. Protect those elders. I think we're up to 18 fatalities of COVID for tribal members for us, and that's not good. But I'll let Jim talk about a lot of that stuff, COVID and what they're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Captain Gaikowski. Appreciate your report. Remember, stay safe, you and your officers. We appreciate you all. At this time, I'm going to be calling emergency management. I'm going to call Jim and Courtney. Oh, Courtney doesn't want to go. No, just kidding, Courtney. Whenever you're ready, they're on deck. We got plenty.
Good morning. My name is Jim Pearson. I serve as the Emergency Management Director. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Emergency management, and the simplest thing that we can say, is always about life safety. We do that through mitigation, through preparedness, through response, and through recovery. To highlight a couple of things that we'd like to cover today, we did finalize the 2016 Tribal Homeland Security Grant. That funding was used for mostly outdoor warnings. We upgraded the system at Barker Hill. We significantly upgraded the one here at Agency Village, and then also out at Big Coulee, which never did have one up there. And then the one at TZ School also is getting ready to go online, we hope, within the next 6 months, before the winter or the spring weather season. 2018 brought us some flooding up in the Veblen area. We've done some mitigation projects up there. We continue to work on those flooding issues with FEMA. And we just received with Tribal Roads, with Richard White and his crew, Cliff Eberhardt, to get an extension for the 2 projects that are remaining. 68. A sub-award from them. PPE that we don't get donated. We're able to purchase a pressure respirator or a PAPR. Most very closely with Joe Tyon. Or, if I'm correct, of food we then distributed through the DARE program. With several later. Through the entire program to keep track of hours. Not going to help us if we submit documentation. One of the things that they say it's been very effective in getting those things documented and prepared for submission to FEMA. 2018 Homeland Security Grant. We have another 6-8 months to totally spend that funding, and that total grant was $577,000. So we have about $180,000 left to spend within that Homeland Security Grant for 2018. The Health and Human Service Agency. We applied through Ron Flavin, who has done some grant work for us. And we're very fortunate to get a $299,000 grant from them. We've done a lot of PPE purchases with that. Test kits are something that we can purchase. And the biggest thing we're doing right now is getting public information out there. Information about COVID, what to do. You all know about the 3 Ws. Additionally, we're able to go on TV with the help of Courtney and Allison Renville to help get the word out. Tom Wilson, the Shota. Tom has been great at putting our stuff on the air, keeping it repeating more to get the message out to the tribal members. Again, with Ron Flavin's help, with our grant writer, we're able to secure for 2020 a Tribal Homeland Security grant. So we got a lot of these continuing. That grant is probably our biggest need or concern that we're seeing with law enforcement is the ability to have effective communications. We have some very poor areas of reception, particularly along Hollow, up at Veblen Flats. With these 3 radio towers and what they call a repeater, we're able to hopefully have some great impact in getting the improved communications with law enforcement to dispatch. Additionally, with that grant, we're going to be getting 10 additional law enforcement state radios. So again, the goal with that is to improve communications with law enforcement to dispatch. Some smaller grants that we've been able to get are the state Homeland Security grants, where they're getting new law enforcement vehicles. Some of them get damaged in use, but we're able to get 8 more radios coming for the law enforcement vehicles, or the mobile command center to again obviously help with communications. One of the things that we've just started working on is we have a collaboration with Texas A&M. They come up here since probably 2007, 2008, helped us with continuity plans. In 2018, they had a pandemic tabletop exercise, which we thought at the time was just helping just with our pod of pointer dispensing. But finding out now that this exercise that we did with them was more timely than we wanted it to be. So we'll be working with IHS, with Texas A&M to hopefully secure some funding. We think those grant dollars could be significant. And we'll be working, getting more information out to the council and to the general public probably within the next 2 months. We'll hope to get more information on that. In closing, I'm going to turn it over to, for my part of it, I'm going to turn it over to Courtney. She's going to update you on what we're doing with COVID, with the project worksheets that FEMA is going to be collecting. The data that we need, the help that we need from other programs out here to help us get that information collected and ultimately submitted, and hopefully with the reimbursement from FEMA in excess of 75% of the total project. So with that, thank you. Courtney, I'll turn it over to you. And then I think after that, we're going to have Crystal coming up and doing a brief thing on masks. So, thank you.
Hi. I'm going to try not to be redundant of Jim. We came up with kind of 2 separate lists here, but okay. So one of the things that I wanted to mention is, things don't stop happening just because we have COVID. So we still have been doing ongoing recovery assistance for non-COVID related disasters, fires. We've had a ton of fires in the last few months, and they've nearly depleted our reserve. The mitigation projects have slowed, but they continue to be on our radar, and we're doing, everything that we can to keep up with the projects that are ongoing, like Jim mentioned. We have been doing public information on Facebook, radio, television, and print. I've done my best to keep tabs on the numbers and post them on Facebook, and other information is necessary. We continue to request donated resources weekly through the programs that Jim mentioned. Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board has been phenomenal with getting us what we request. I'm also working on a winter preparedness brochure with information and phone numbers, similar to what we had last year, but maybe with a little bit of a COVID spin to it. We've been monitoring and jumping through hoops for the grants that were mentioned by Jim. I've also been working with the VMYC to help with youth programs. We're trying to combine the CERT training with the youth program so that we can have a teen CERT. One of the things that's been challenging for us with that is the CERT training. The CERT trainer that we have, he's a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and they are currently on lockdown. So we've been trying to work with him on getting these trainings in a hybrid format so that we can do part of the training online, and then come back after the numbers go down, maybe in the springtime, and do some face-to-face trainings that we hope will serve the community very well. We would like to have first responders and emergency responders in each of the districts and have our youth involved. So I'm going to get right to the FEMA update. I'm sure that's what you guys are most interested in. So with FEMA, we have different projects that we're working on, different worksheets for things such as non-congregate sheltering reimbursements. We have several $1,000s that we would like to recoup from the non-congregate sheltering. Our narrative was accepted. I keep a weekly tracker and update them on how many people are staying there. Our DARE payroll reimbursement is in process and almost complete. We're working on equipment and vehicle reimbursements. Volunteer hours and in-kind donations will be reported. And we've been coordinating plans with IHS for vaccinations, which is what I passed out there. That's something that I'm sure they'll go into more detail with, but it's a map of the TZ school and the proposed plan for doing vaccinations in phase 2. And I'm not going to talk your ear off. I'm sure I have more, but I'm going to step away now and let someone else speak. Do you guys have any questions? I can't hear you. Are you talking to me?
Well, you see that anybody online has any questions? A little bit of a delay. KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota. It is 10 o'clock. Any questions? 698-3790. If not, we will move on.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Courtney. Appreciate it.
Kamitakapi.
Thanks, Crystal.
Chante washte na pe chiuzapi. My relatives, I wish everybody a good day, and I greet you all with a handshake. My name is Crystal Owen, and I am one of the community planners for the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate Planning Department. And I wanted to come in here, and I work for planning, but they've got like a long a report, so they put me under EMS, so I apologize. I just wanted to come in here and share something about the mask project with the Oyate, with our leadership. And I want to say thank you to our executives and to our tribal leaders, our councilmen and women, for back in March, when this pandemic first hit, March 10th, I believe. I still got that date marked on my calendar. I've got a little wooden calendar, and it says March 10th. I never changed it because I was in here in this council chambers when the council then and former Chairman White, they were talking, the pandemic is coming. Everybody was gathered. We were gathered in this room. Jim and everybody, IHS officials, Cato, the doctor, the superintendent. Everybody was in here, and they were making plans of what's going to happen next. What are we going to do? That was back in March. So former Chairman White asked our former planning director, Mike Roberts, get some masks made. Because at that time, our masks, these surgical medical masks, they were on, you couldn't get them. They were hard to get because all of our hospitals across the nation, there was a shortage. And so they said, make some masks. So they called, I remember I was home, I was on lockdown. They called and they said, we got to think of a way to quickly, in 3 days, the chairman wants 600 masks. So I was like frantic, and then people were coming up with ideas on how can we get 600 masks so quickly. Well, what happened was we looked to our community. We looked to our women who sew, who know how to sew, the star quilt makers, and all the women that have sewn with their families. So I reached out to about 8 of them, and I said, can you make us masks? I reached out to 8, and they made the 600 masks in 3 days. They got them done. The second one was with a grant from Indian grant to make, or $75,000 grant to make masks. So we set out and we made 3,000 more masks. And as we made these masks back in March, April, May, they were going as quickly as the women put them out, they would go fast. We kept security up front. We kept them in the supply of masks. Anytime anybody came, they would get a mask. Now, we gave them to every tribal program. Everybody who called and messaged, we gave them a mask. And then council allocated $30,000 just for masks out of the CARES Act funding. We had a total of $48,000 going to mask making. In our community, we were able to get 32 mask makers, and we used $48,000. So that's about an average of $1,500 per mask maker. And I wanted to come today and just to acknowledge our mask makers. I think it's important, especially during this time. I just found out this morning that one of our original mask makers, she took her journey. COVID got her, and she's gone. And so that really set me in motion to come here and come before the people, not only council and executives sitting in here, but all of you out there who are listening, who are watching. I want you to wear these masks. I want you to be mindful of your elders in your homes. So many times I'm hearing of one of our elder district members, he got COVID. And my mom, her first question, my mom's 95, her first question was, how did he get it? I asked the daughter and she said, probably from the grandkids. We don't know who's got it. We don't know who our carriers are. We don't know. It's nobody's fault. It's nothing to get mad about. Back in March, April, when we started getting COVID cases, people were getting mad. And you were afraid, people were afraid to acknowledge that you had COVID because people would really get on you and they were saying hateful things. We were fearful. But now as the last 9 months, we started to overcome that fear. I believe our faith has overcome that fear and we're working together. And so today I just wanted to acknowledge, what Jim said. If it isn't documented, it didn't happen. So today, before Oyate, I wanted to document this mask project that this tribe supported. Even before anybody else, we were on it. And this tribe was leading the way and saying, get those masks out, make those masks. Well, come May, June, July, we started to get a surge of masks. People from all over the country were coming in, sending in thousands of masks. They're still sending in thousands of masks. What we do when we get those masks, we bag them up individually and we put them out in front. I put about 300 masks out there and now they're almost gone. And that's good. I'm telling the security and them, ever many they want to take, let them take those masks. That's what they're there for. And so I'll continue to do that. I'll continue to work with Allison and procurement so I can just help to get those masks out in the community. We've been everywhere. We give them to stores, programs, everywhere. So right now, I just wanted to acknowledge our mask makers, our original 32 mask makers, and I just want to very quickly read their names. Amber Adams and Jaylene Crawford, Liz Anderson, Loretta Chunku, Ron Cleveland, Danielle Dakota, Shelly DeMars, Jody Eastman, Willow Eastman, Olivia Gaikowski, Jamie German, Kenny Gill and Camille Gill Green, Mary Getty, Bertha Greeley, Aaron Griffin, Devonna Hansen, Denise Hill, Barbara Jens, Jessica Jensen, Sherry Johnson, Charlotte Kyoke, Diantha Larson, Rita Marks, Patricia Matera, Cheryl McKay, Lauren Owen, Ella Robertson, Autumn Sager, Jennifer Saul, Christina Simon, Brenda Uzizero, Alexis and Fedora Wilson, and Patty Williams. I want to thank Council for allowing this money for these masks. And now we know that the next 3 months are going to be they say they're going to be tougher than what we've been through. So Yate, those of you who are listening, get these masks. Call me, message me, however you can, and we'll try to get them. Pretty soon we're going to be in another shortage. At Enemy Swim, at our district, we're already looking for more masks. So we have to keep masked up, and we have to keep supporting and telling each other. We can't say it enough. So I want to say Mitaku Yewas to all my relatives. I want to say Nina Wopita, Tribal Council, Tribal Executives, for giving me this time. Pirame.
Thank you, Crystal. At this time, I'm going to call on Matt and Will Fish for planning. Whoever's going first.
Mr. Chairman, Tribal Council, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the tribe's progress toward addressing the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19. Before delivering my remarks, I'd like to introduce myself and my colleague, Will Fish. My name is Matthew Thompson, and I'm the Planning Director. I'm also a proud member of the Sisseton Wahpeton Sioux Tribe. And the views I express here are my own. They do not necessarily reflect the tribe or the planning department. In my time here today, I'd like to share a handful of key messages. These key messages will guide the process and policymaking going into the future. So first, tribes have sovereign authority over their lands, but we do not have control over the complex federal processes that are impacting Indian country. Tribal nations, and in my short time here since August in the Planning Department, I've realized we are in a perpetual state and constant state of crisis. That's because this one-size-fits-all approach to addressing the pandemic has impacted tribal nations as a demographic at a much higher level, the likes of which, to be completely frank, the world has not yet seen. In South Dakota, Native nations and tribal members across the state make up 25% of the state's COVID-19 related hospitalizations, despite being only 9% of the population. This constant state of crisis, this perpetual crisis that we are experiencing, requires rethinking and relooking at the way this was rolled out and the way that the tribe responded. And here at SWO, we're seeing it every day. It feels like we're losing a lot of our generations, our previous generations. We're losing the stories, we're losing the language, we're losing our traditions, and we're losing our culture. And the way that the federal government looks at this rollout of these various type of funds that came in for the tribes across the country, it's a one-size-fits-all approach that's inconsistent, and it creates divisiveness. This whole thing about essential versus non-essential is a false dichotomy. What is essential are our stories, are our background, are our traditions, and the way we do things. So I hope that in the future that the next tribal council and the next administration and the next leadership articulate that and use this as a way to assert our sovereignty as a treaty tribe, that these various other tribes that were formed under Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act, can that we can guide them, we can showcase what the tribe invented back in the 60s in the self-determination in the beginning days. And it's called community-based planning. And we forget that this is a community crisis, and we need to go back to the basics and recognize that process of community-based input be followed. But before I get off topic, I'd like to talk about the projects and address any questions. So if there are any questions regarding the COVID projects, I'd like to certainly remain focused on those, because in August 17th, when we came in, this perpetual state of crisis was most semblant at the planning department, where there was no rhyme or reason. There were, high demands, and at one point, our various projects, we're at a standstill, and there were so many criticisms about planning's handling of them. However, I'm not going to toot my own horn or anything, but those projects were stalled to such an extent that it was planning's efforts to get those back on track. Otherwise, we always talk about groundbreakings. Well, guess what? Next year, we're going to have grand openings, and we're 3 for 3. So that's what we've done, and that's what we've accomplished in the 4 months, less than 4 months, that we've been in the planning department. So the COVID quarantine and isolation facility that we see going up by IHS, substantial completion for phase 1 is expected by December 30th. The impact on tribal nations in South Dakota specifically is when our elders become ill, or when our children become, have to comply with the various aggressive measures that tribes have taken, they're sent out of state. They're sent away from their homes. They're sent away from their families. So this quarantine and isolation facility is a direct response to the impact that the virus has had on our people, our stories, our language, our culture. So the quarantine and isolation facility is it's an emergency response, to be frank, not just for this tribe, but for other tribes as well. Number 2, our daycare. The daycare facility is once again a response to the impact on our children. We have elders, those at the twilight, and then we have, the next generation, those at the dawn. And, I'm an outsider. I didn't grow up on the res, but I feel like the stories that I'm just learning from others here at the tribe have been very impactful. And one story that I heard recently is the importance of the sunrise and the sunset. And I think that our COVID response, kind of encapsulates that perspective, that Dakota perspective. We have projects for those at the twilight, and we have projects for those, at the sunrise. And in between, we have how essential our food is, our food pantry and distribution, and the impact it's had, logistically speaking, as far as complying with our aggressive measures. And the food pantry project is once again a response to the impact that COVID has had on SWO. And finally, I'd like to also say that when you have a one-size-fits-all approach to tribal nations, people forget that we are a treaty tribe. We are basically a sovereign nation, and we are responding with what limited resources we have, and yet we have to remember that we need some permanence. And one thing that could be permanent in the future, when the next tribal council comes in, is following our process and the community-based process. If we do get a second round of funding, we should certainly use that process so that any other future projects can be determined by the people and not these outsiders telling us what to do. Will Fish.
Thanks, Matthew. Mr. Fish.
Good morning, executives, SWO executives, and council members. My name is Will Fish. I'm the EDA planner. I was brought on the day after Labor Day this past September. And when I came into the position, which I've held before, there are many reports that were not done or completed from the previous EDA plan. We were actually in jeopardy of losing that night. And I do have all those caught up. I caught them up by the end of September. Furthermore, we also have another grant for economic recovery plan that we can utilize if a disaster ever to come like this again, or an epidemic ever come to us again, such as this. We'll have an economic plan going forward. Two things that I really wanted to kind of emphasize with council execs and membership is that we do have a broadband grant that we can do a broadband study and see the impact if we can feasibly do broadband from Enemy Swim all the way to Bevel, going east to west all across our tribal areas. This will enhance individuals to be able to do telehealth from their district center in Enemy Swim, or their district center in Vedlin, or HEPA, and be able to talk to a doctor at IHS. This will enable our youth to have internet access to go to school if this were to happen again, or if school is prolonged. The second thing I want to bring up, and I've brought this up to council execs and also tribal membership at each district meeting. A few years ago, I did a study, a hemp study, and over 98% of our tribal members wanted the tribe to pursue industrial hemp. So that is the reason why Leanne Tallbear, before she was planning director, had gotten us a grant through the BIA to become the second tribe that was federally funded for a hemp farm. And working with her, I brought in the University of Minnesota, got our application to the state of North Dakota for us to be able to develop that hemp site north of Bevel. As we all know, I think more people voted to legalize hemp, medicinal marijuana, and recreational marijuana in this state than they voted for our governor. What that tells me is that we need to at least look at it. We need to gain tribal membership approval for it. Not just tribal council and tribal execs. But I need to be able to reach out to district members at some level, tribal membership as a whole at some level. Currently, there are no district meetings being held because of COVID-19. So I am hoping in the first quarter of 2021 to develop a Facebook page, a web page, somehow, some way where tribal membership can go in and voice their opinions on what they want, so I can bring it before tribal council and execs and our reservation planning commission. So the broadband grant, and that is going to be my first goals in the first quarter of 2021, and I believe it's going to set out for the rest of the year. Immediately, the former planning director and former EDA planner applied for an end-to-end collective grant, which we were awarded. Part of that was for mask making, and Crystal very elegantly described that mask making process, and we got the masks out there. Hopefully we can get some more masks in the near future. Working with her also, not only her, but also the food pantry and Dakota Crossing. Next Wednesday, we are hoping to hand out bags of food that will make a meal for Christmas. as long as you are a tribal member. If you do have, in this plan that I have, if you are quarantined or have COVID-19, we will do our best to deliver that bag of food to you. I cannot promise you that because of my limited capacity of employees. 2 of our staff are quarantined right now. So I'm very limited on my manpower. Those 2 things will clear up that grant. As of right now, that's what I have planned. Anyone have any questions?
There is a delay, but no questions yet.
No questions yet? I'll wait.
Okay,
I'll
yeah.
sit down and wait.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Thanks, Will. Since there's a 10-second delay, if there's any questions for Will or the planning office.
Okay, is there going to be further action on that last thing that he said about the hemp and how he wants the community involvement? Is this going to involve with a lot of the people that know how to grow? And also, that we could also, hold on, I got to it now. But that we could also get people that already know what to do with it, and Charlie Miller knows a lot about our soils, so we need to get like the bean soils going. And in South Dakota, how many farmers are going to be, tribal farmers are going to be up first pick of doing this hemp or marijuana? Because I know a lot of the legal states are looking for land to grow. Are we in that picture? Thank you.
As I understand the question, I believe it's how do we farm our own lands? If we were to go down this road, my long-term plan would be to utilize the revenue that we're making off of hemp or legalized THC. Utilizing those funds to create an ag department. This tribe has needed an ag department for 10 to 15 years. But we've always struggled with funding for it. This would be a very quick, easy way for us to fund this. You look at the average dollar of a combine now, a brand new combine. Are you looking at about $250,000, $500,000? That's for one piece of equipment. Now to train that one person to run that piece of equipment is going to take more money. So it all depends on the community involvement, RPC, and council approval. How this goes forward and how this plays out. So for right now, I don't have an answer to that. 2, I really can't bust a move until July 2021. That's when the state says I can do it. That everyone can do it. And if we don't do it, I guarantee you this. Cities such as Watertown, Webster, Aberdeen, Britain even, Wabe, they're going to be doing it. And wherever our tribal members are going to go, they're going to go to those places to get that. So now we're losing not only on the revenue, but the tax revenue of it. I hope that answered that question as I understood it. I couldn't understand the full question in full, but I hope that answered that.
I think the first part of his question. I think the first part of his question was, are you going to utilize experienced growers when we do start growing industrial hemp?
Now I can hear you.
Did you hear the question?
Am I going to utilize?
I believe I heard in the first part of his question is, are you going to utilize experienced growers when we start to grow this industrial
Yes,
hemp?
that's why we've been in contact with the University of Minnesota. They are our experienced growers as of right now. Red Lake has built an outdoor facility to grow medicinal THC. And who have they contacted? Our contacts. Our contacts told me directly that you may see me working at Red Lake in the next year. So again, are we going to be forward or are we going to be behind? It's really a decision that comes down to, like I said, tribal membership approval, RPC approval, council and executive approval. In which way that goes.
Well, where are we at on that partnership with Minnesota?
The partnership with Minnesota
Is it still there?
Is still there. We are in phase 2. They are finishing their report with phase 2 with the hemp farm that was north of them.
So what happened with the? Because we didn't get any hemp in the ground last year, right?
Correct, because of COVID.
So does that affect our partnership in any way, or
No, it did not.
or anything? Okay.
Because they were shut down also because of COVID. I will also say this. According to the University of Minnesota, we are the first tribe to actually sell hemp at a profit. So we're the second one to get federally funded and the first one to sell it at a profit. So it's not like we're in front of this game right now, guys. We have the ability to go forward with it right now. Like I said, when it comes down to what the state of South Dakota approved and voted for, we have to follow those proper channels and steps. When it comes down to something such as a sensitive matter with THC, that's why I say we need membership approval. We need elders approval. We need everybody to have a voice in on this, because it is a very sensitive subject. It was when I did the surveys back in 2017. 75% of our membership said that, or not membership, 75% of the people that I was able to get a hold of stated that they were okay with medicinal THC. But only 40% were okay with recreational THC. But to answer your question, Eddie, very directly, yes, we are in good standing with the University of Minnesota. They are hoping to go into a phase 3 with us, which they will come to RPC and make their presentation on that. They're following the state of South Dakota's laws and upcoming regulations just as much as I am. They love our project. They have since day one. The other tribe that was federally funded was in Minnesota for hemp, and they didn't do anything. So the University of Minnesota has been very impressed with us.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Well, I appreciate planning as well as working with Charlene Miller on
Yes.
the hemp issue.
Yes.
I know she's always been there too, so I try to give the credit where credit is due. I know you all been doing the best you guys can during the COVID time. But that's a serious issue that we need to look into and continue on that. I know council gave director of even our legal to look into that too. So, thank you. And on deck right now, we got our zoning office, Mr. Labatt. So whenever you get a chance, Mike,
Thank you.
make
Thank
sure you
Council.
sanitize your area up there in the mic, so whenever you're ready, Mike.
Well, good morning, Tribal Council, Tribal Chairman, Secretary, Vice Chair, and everyone out there. My report's at the beginning of the book on probably page number 3 of the Tribal Chairman's report. And if you don't know me, my name is Michael Labatt. I'm the GIS manager. The GIS office provides a wide range of services involving geographic information systems and the use of GPS technology. This service is provided to tribal members, tribal programs, and entities of the Sisseton, Wahpeton, Oyate. I'll briefly go through some of the projects and accomplishments done in 2020. One of the first projects that lasted throughout this year was a project for the U.S. Census Bureau. Back in 2018, the GIS office elected to participate in a 2-year program with the U.S. Census Bureau. The scope of work involved getting ready and preparing for the 2020 census survey and utilizing GIS. This participation was offered to other tribes in the United States as well that had GIS programs. The U.S. Census Project was known as the Participant Statistical Areas Program. It involved editing and inputting GIS data and uploading various shapefiles into GUPS, which is Geographic Update Partnership Software. This involved mapping and validifying maps for this year's census survey that took place on the Lake Traverse Reservation. Once this project was completed in 2020, it helped to determine the demographics of tribal members living and working on the Lake Traverse Reservation. This was the first time tribal programs participated by using their own data and becoming part of PSAP for the decennial survey. With local GIS involved with mapping and validifying maps, the results should be a more accurate population count and survey for this 10-year survey done by the U.S. Census Bureau in 2020. Another project that is continually done each year by the GIS office is mapping and staking out new 2.5-acre home sites for tribal members. Using GIS technology and the Global Positioning Satellite System, GPS, 2.5-acre home sites are platted in the office and surveyed out in the field. A highly sophisticated system of VRS, that stands for Virtual Referencing Stations, GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems, are used with coordinate geometry software for doing an accurate and fast survey. Long ago, this could take all week, and it would be difficult to calculate and find section corners and plot out a small piece of land. Now, with the use of VRS, GPS, and COGO geometry, these home sites are usually done in a very short amount of time. Once the home site is staked out, I'll create a 911 address for them. I'll quickly go through a list of other projects that were done in 2020. Creating meets and bounds legal land descriptions for irregular shaped tribal trust land parcels, performing GIS analysis for home site locations, zoning, and floodplain mapping. 3, mapping and calculating areas and lake frontage for land appraisals. 4, performing calculations for dirt work, fills, volumes using Autodesk Civil 3D software. 5, pandemic COVID-19 mapping, trend line calculations and displaying them. Creating online web maps for a variety of displays using GeoPlatform. Mapping new land acquisitions. 8, mapping tribal communities throughout the reservation and keeping those updated. And finally, keeping up with new trends in geographic information and GPS technology. This concludes my report to Tribal Council and to everyone out there. I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And please take care of yourself, stay safe and healthy. And if there are any questions, I can certainly take them at this time. Okay, sure. You can do it about 3 different ways, but the easiest way is you can email me. I'm always on my email. It's mikel@swo-nsn.gov. mikel@swo-nsn.gov. Or you can give me a call, 237-2164. And again, I do home sites, and we try to do them fairly quickly for tribal members because it's a process. Is that it?
Hello, I'm a Goodwill member at the Goodwill Church out at Agency, and we have Presbyterian cemeteries, and we also have Episcopal cemeteries. And I was wondering how can we survey the grave sites that are there, because some places in the Goodwill Cemetery they're unmarked graves. So I would like to get a GIS system in there where we can at least mark the graves, and then maybe families can come in and help identify them. Is that possible?
It sure is. So far,
Thank you.
I'll list you the cemeteries that I've done so far. We began with the old Ascension Cemetery way up in Bicooley, and then we did the newer part of Ascension on the BIA, I believe it's 200 Road. We did the Buffalo Lake Cemetery, and the older one up in the grove of trees up in the top part of that hill up there on tribal trust land. We did St. Mary's Cemetery. We did begin at Goodwill, but it was never finished. I believe we were supposed to meet somebody out there at the site, and they were going to help us out a bit, but we collected most of the data. The things we are missing are unmarked grave sites and who they are. And we also did the old St. James, or St. John's Church down in Lake Traverse District. But certainly give me a call. We can get together. And I just need some help doing it as well.
Is there any questions from council or from public? All our membership are listening live, and it's being broadcasted. Just remind everybody, if you do have any questions, run your mics and speak clearly and loud so everybody can hear. All right, Mr. Labatt, I appreciate all the work that you do in your office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe. And I think we're going on schedule. We got Joan White on deck. We got Hippo. Oh, Tammy? Yeah, I called on Joan. I said, you guys are on deck. So, Joan, go ahead. Then we'll save the thunder for you, Tamara.
us off first. My name is Joan White. I'm the director of our Parole Services Program and the Sex Offender Registry Office. So good morning, Tribal Council, Tribal Executives, and our community. I wanted to first talk about our parole program. So this last year, we signed our 4th intergovernmental agreement, which was signed on September 25th. This continues our parole program for another 2 years. So this last year, which runs from July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020, we had 108 parolees on our program. Approximately 24 were returned to prison, but compared to last year, the parolees that were returned to prison was reduced by 9 parolees. One of the biggest issues that we've had with this program currently is hiring a parole agent. So I'm excited today to tell you that we did hire somebody. I'm not going to disclose the name, and the reason is because they still have a process to go through. They have to do a polygraph test. Then we can kind of officially name who that person is. Somebody very well qualified for this position, so I'm really excited about it. So I'm hoping that that's going to make a difference in what we do. What we've seen with COVID is that we can't meet with people. So some of the agents that came from Watertown were meeting with them by telephone, outside, and things like that. We've seen an increase of criminal activity and violations because of that. And so we were limited in resources on where we could send them to. Our wellness team was meeting on Zoom, but we weren't doing it on a regular basis. And that all impacted on what we could do, or what we could do with this program since April. But still considering that, we were able to reduce the amount that were returned to prison. So that was kind of a good thing that happened. So if you look at the statistics, it's actually in that book. We had 39 parolees that were sanctioned in the community. 29 had revocation, a sanction report. We had 40 that had 0 sanctions. And 24, like I said, were returned to prison. And we had 11 that were successfully completed parole. So overall, I think our numbers were a lot better than last year, even with the limited resources that we've had this year. So that's the end of my report for parole. Any questions?
There is no questions from council and executives or anything online. Joan, can you stay for like a couple minutes because just in case, because they're like 10 seconds behind online. If the community has any questions, then we'll let you know.
Okay, that would be fine. Oh, anybody can.
Okay. There's another question coming in now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we're good. Hello, Jode. Joe, this is Steve Farber calling. See, I have a lot of problems with your program because of the way the clients are being treated. And then what I noticed is that you guys don't have no category of like, what do you call them? The ones that molest children. Then you got 18 and 16 situations. And then you got, for my example, relatives that were of age but had consensual sex, but someone else turned against them, and the family has been against them since. And every time it comes to registration, how come he's in that category of all of them? I mean, it seems like they're all in that same category, like the rapists that are in the older age are considered a pedophile. And I don't think you guys have that distinguished very good as far as your boundaries and stuff. You're getting a little picky on some of the client said, yes, I don't think that's a good news to be sending our tribal people back to prison, because you know what they say in prison about your program? You guys are the only ones sending them back. So why don't you guys give them some kind of a reward system? If they report every so time, they get moved into another category. I've been talking to Michael Fontaine about that forever, and he's the one that's got a restraining order on my brother. How does that work too? How does the sexual offender program put a restraining order on these individuals? And now they have to be away from their family. They can't come, but certain ones can go into these buildings that attend funerals for families. My brother couldn't even attend his sister's funeral because Mike was making sure of it. Now, I need to know why that is favoritism on certain sides and why it's not on my brother's side. Because you guys need to back off on him and tell Mike to find something better to do. But that's a question. Can you answer that? Thank you.
Okay. We just gave the parole report. I think he's talking about the sexual offender program is what he's talking about. Some of the categories that he's talking about is that some of those are mandated by the Adam Walsh Act. So what we did was we had to go by the law. And so most of our sex offenders that are on our program, our registered sex offenders, are in the category 2, which is the middle. The ones that commit more than one sex offense are in category 3, which are the lifetime registration. The other ones, the ones in category 2, they're typically about 25 years that they have to register. And the law doesn't allow us to distinguish between sex offenders. It only what we do in our office is we monitor sex offenders for compliance. And we actually, people that go to the funerals, we're not there monitoring them as to whether or not they're there. We tell them this is what the law is and you're required to not go into safe zones. And I think that's what he's talking about. But Mike doesn't go over there and monitor people as to whether or not they're a sex offender. That's law enforcement's job to do that, to remove people from those situations. All we do is tell them that they do, and if we have a report saying that they're in safe zones, we first talk to them about it, then we provide a written notice, and then we have to do something beyond that. So we give people an opportunity to kind of not go there if they're not supposed to, into the safe zones. And it's primarily the protection of our people is why we do that. And so we do the best that we can within the law is what we do. And so, and there's going to be changes this year. We weren't able to meet with our task force to make those changes, but hopefully with the pandemic being over with, hopefully this next year, we're going to be able to continue that process. But right now we were just limited on what we could do. So any other parole questions? Yes. My phone number is 698-7017, extension 2. And you can always call me and ask any questions. I'm more than happy to answer, any questions at all. We treat everybody the same. We don't distinguish between people. I've always told Mike, be very respectful to people, because we don't, it's just not appropriate for us not to be any other way.
Can they hear me? Okay, good morning. My name is Andrea. I just had a quick question for Joan in the program, and this is for the sex offender registry. What do you do for families of the sex offender the ones that are on the registry? What do you do for the protection of the people? It's kind of hard to talk with double echo, but what does the program? How does the program help the families of the people enrolled on the registry? Because so far this program kind of caused. My brother was beat up because of some posts because of this program. I want to know what she has in place for the safety of the families, for the kids of these people on these programs, because they get bullied and there's nothing done for protection. I just want to see if there's anything put in place for that, because there was incidents that took place and we don't know how to go for it. I called a couple times out there, but nobody responded to my question. So I'd like to know if there's anything put in place for that.
There is a section in our law that actually addresses that. And what it says is that if you get information off of the registry, whether it's the state of South Dakota registry or ours, and you do retaliate against those individuals, you can file a complaint with law enforcement regarding that. And that's what I would suggest that you do. You're more than happy to call us and let us know what's going on. We help whoever calls us. But I've never received a call like that, so I don't know who you talked to, but we're more than happy to have you come in. We'll show you what the law says, take you over to law enforcement, and file a complaint, because that to me is inappropriate, especially for children to have to. It's not their fault that what happened to their parent, I mean, whatever happened, and so you probably will need to file a complaint.
Thanks for answering that, Joan. Much appreciated.
Okay.
If there's no further questions from Joan, she'll stick around for 1 minute. Then I'm going to call on Tamara St. John. She's going to step in for Diane regarding the SIPO report. So Tamara, I appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Thanks, Joan.
Thank you.
Whenever you get done sanitizing up there, Tamara, you ready to go?
How are you all today?
Good. And don't forget the mic. Remember, some of you guys spit on the mic.
Hopefully nobody did. I really appreciate the efforts you all are making in regard to COVID. I think this is really important, and it's an important example to the community. What I'm saying also plays a part in the report that I'm about to do for the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. COVID being something that has been devastating to our tribal communities across the United States, certainly here within Sisseton Wahpeton, we have lost the most valuable, treasured people that are the keepers of our knowledge, our language, people that I think the loss of which is nothing short of devastation for us in many, many ways. So I think it really plays a part in why the THPO office has become even more important. As you know, the basic goals of the THPO office, let me step back 1 second, that the biggest issue I think that the THPO office faces is that people don't understand the work that they do. And what it comes down to is that the THPO office is under an agreement with the National Park Service and the Sisseton Wahpeton tribe. That agreement spells out the provisions under the National Historic Preservation Act. The THPO office is in charge of the clearance of home sites and tribal projects related to our lands. And that was something that for many years we had been neglected by the BIA and their efforts. And for us to develop this on our own is an expression of tribal sovereignty, that we do our own work. We protect our own cultural resources. So that being said, this office, being in development since 2005, came as a result of lawsuits with the state of South Dakota. We had to fight long and hard to express sovereignty and doing our own work in this regard. how they operate. They operate, as you'll see in your report, under one National Historic Preservation grant that is a total of $69,000. Certainly not enough to do all of the things that a THPO office and Sisseton Wapaton's THPO office strives to do. So in order to expand what we can do for Sisseton Wapaton, some years back under tribal administration, we had approached the tribe that we wish to find ways to expand our services and contract some of the work that we can do in order to bring in funds to be able to purchase things or to be able to offer additional services and benefits to the tribe for cultural resource protection and cultural preservation. So we have strove to do that over the past 10 years, and I feel that we have done that successfully. From the beginning, our goal was to not just preserve and protect culture, but to develop a place that can house our history, our collections, and be able to leave something for the next generations. Preservation of these things is so, so important. Unfortunately, what has been happening, as you all are aware, and I would be, I think, very disrespectful to the staff that works hard if I didn't say that our hard work being brought in this goal to preserve culture, build a museum, and bear in mind to do all of this without asking the tribe for any financial help. That what has been happening is that we are going backwards. And I want to be sure that anybody that's listening, anybody in the future, leadership, now with the loss that we've sustained with COVID, we're going to have to, I think one individual at Uncle Danny Seaboy's
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota.
Generation in front of us now, you're going to be the elders of your tribal community faster than you had thought because of how much we're losing. So that means that as the elder community now, that it is our responsibility to preserve culture, to share, to teach, to do all of those things. So number one, I would encourage anybody in leadership position as well as within your districts to advocate for and support your programs related to cultural preservation. Things like your language programs, things like things that protect your lands, the cultural information and resources that are out there. So support of the THPO office is really important. Right now, the THPO office has sustained itself. With that small grant from the National Historic Preservation Act, their core duties are simply that, to survey, to provide the clearance for the tribal lands. And so when you look at everything that the THPO office does, you can see that we're well beyond that. They also support the tribal archives and collections. And we have an incredible collection. We have incredible artifacts that represent years of work from previous administrations along with our staff to acquire things like from Blue Cloud Abbey or the Fine Art Collection, Paul Warcloud, all of those things. We have all those things now. Now it's the duty of this generation, our leadership, the future generations, to protect those things. And that includes a financial obligation to do that. And I think that it's a continued message to support your tribal archives, support your collections by allowing, it is a huge concern to me that the tribe itself has $0 investment into the preservation of their collections. By leaving it to the THPO office, you're asking that staff, our field crew, to go out there and work hard and do something that the tribe should be doing for itself. And I can't help but stress that because, again, you know, we as this generation now, as this elder generation with this responsibility, we're going to have to make sure that we're the ones that are preserving and protecting these things. So basically, in closing, our goals are the same: to expand our services and provide, But bear in mind that the ability to bring in revenue through these additional services that we had developed along with previous administration in every way, through financial, through finance, through legal. It was an awful lot of work to develop this program. It really depends on having the entities or the contractors and others that will allow us to work. And those things, there's changes. We have finished the big projects. If there are no more big projects, we will not be able to bring in the revenue to be able to sustain ourselves. So you'll find that the THPO office doesn't purchase things. We don't have new equipment. We don't have, because we're trying to keep our office open. So by taking from us, you're limiting the amount of time that we can continue on. So, you know, one way to support is to, you know, allow us to be able to sustain ourselves without impacting us. But that's basically it. And again, I'll reiterate that there, you know, it has always been for years a lot of confusion as to the obligations of the THPO office. And we're always open to be able to, the Tribal Archives no longer does the radio program because we don't have a budget. We don't do the sort of community outreach that we used to do. But those things are vital. We're always there to be able to speak to anybody about how our program operates and the goals, the visions, and to be able to serve our tribal community. So I will hold for any questions.
Okay. Hello, Tamara. This is Steve Farmer, the Vice Chair of the SIPO Board. I'd like you to explain why we're going backwards with the funding because of the federal regulators that are supposed to be monitoring these sites that are cultural sites on the high elevations, and why they're not enforcing these cell companies to pay these fines to support the SIPO office. And me being a SIPO vice chair, gaming belongs to the elders. My mom was a seed of the game, and we shouldn't be bothering that money because that's for elders that have set income. And when we got parents coming up asking for money and stuff, which is a whole different issue, that's why I was wondering about the hand thing, because you have money there. But you guys have money already allocated to you guys to get the feds to make them guys pay the price for violating the land. And to me, this historical stuff that you guys have to do, I'm kind of concerned because who's monitoring and who's protecting it, and why is there not a museum where they should be already? Now there was back before I was even on the board, there was already set in place money for the museum to be out there by the connection, which would have been the finest place to be. I mean, we would be already self-sufficient. But because of little this and little that, and not everybody seeing the eye at the table, we're missing out on all these artifacts that are sitting there that none of us can even see. So the museum is priority, and I think maybe the historical program might have to cut back a little bit because you can't really self-sustain yourself because of the federal law, the federal regulators that don't want to make the law happen that they set for us to follow. So we need that museum, and I do thank you guys for your work, but right now you guys are operating under no board advisory, so it's kind of hard to understand what's going on there. And it's been nice to see the directors stand up to the plate because that's her job. And I just thank you guys for what you have done. You've protected a lot of our culture, but there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and a lot of where'd the money go that was for the museum before? Where's all that at? How come that can't be replaced? But I thank you for your time, and you stand up in a good voice up there on the hill. I'm proud of you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. In response to that, and I know there were a number of points made, and maybe this is something that we could answer in a bigger way in the future. But what he's talking about is the rollback of federal regulations under the National Historic Preservation Act. Some years back, we, along with some of the southern tribes, had found a way to assess a fee for the work that we do. You will find that within larger projects, there are other entities that also have their fees associated to the work that they do. And for us to assess a fee under it's called TCNS, FCC, Federal Communication on those towers and that work. There has been a pushback by AT&T, Sprint, and others about 3 or 4 years ago, and they don't want to pay any fees. They don't want any obstruction to the work that they want to do. And so they managed to accomplish that with the FCC, and that then cuts off our right or our ability to assess a fee. And so that amount of money that we had been bringing in, many tribes used those funds. It really turned out to be a short-term window to bring in revenue. And now that window has essentially closed. So the dollars that you see that were previously coming into the THPO office under that work with TCNS have been greatly reduced and will continue to reduce. So we will no longer have those dollars in order to sustain the THPO office. And the other thing that he had mentioned, why we do not have a museum, our goal was to develop and save. And we were putting aside an amount of money from every job that we brought in. And bear in mind that the work that we do, all the profit, if any, comes from these projects goes into our program. And it pays for, it goes out to the community by what we can provide. And the different work and services, like for example, I heard the conversation related to the GIS office. I'm a huge fan of the GIS office. I've often felt that people don't realize how, that we have Mr. Labatt and the amazing things that he can do. The THPO office also bought GPS equipment. That was done as a result of the work that we do. We have purchased our own equipment through that work. And the museum itself, those dollars amount, just within this report, you can see the amounts in red. And I won't get into the dollar amounts of it, but they are substantial. They were also substantial in the previous administration that was taken from our accounts. And bear in mind, some of these things have been done without any communication with us. No communication with us, and then just taking our funds to pay for the tribe's deficit. And I really feel that that is egregious. It really is. That we are trying to provide something that's vital to the tribe, and we are being limited when our funds are being taken. So we continually reset and try to regroup and find ways to survive. And we're reaching the end. We're reaching the end of what we will be able to sustain without help from the tribe. So the one thing that we can do is, I think, not only support, because bear in mind your THPO office is paying for an awful lot that they really, it is not under their agreement to do all the things that they do. They do far beyond that. They really are essentially like a historical society. They do a great deal of other work. They still maintain the vision of a visitor center or a museum, and hopefully we can reach that. We have been looking at different grants for some years, the National Endowment, the NEH, infrastructure grants, and others. So those things are still within our vision and always will be. But thank you for the question, and we can certainly, I think, with the seeding of the next administration, put together a program to share again the fundamentals and help to educate our elected officials as well as the community on the status of the THPO.
Thank you, Tamara. I appreciate your time. And also, too, I appreciate the questions coming from our community. I got some staff from my office in the front over there by security, too, handing out books. They've been out to Dakota Crossings for the last few days, giving out books, signing everybody up. So we got a good number out there signed up for General Council. And I appreciate everybody's time that are coming in too, requesting the leadership for the safety of our community members. That's why we're having our General Council as is like this like last time. Right now, I'm going to call on Jeremy Red Eagle, coming from the Dakota Language Institute. And after that, we got Vivian Tateshkashka, coming from the Office of the Environmental Protection. And after that, we got Charlene Miller from the Natural Resources and Fish and Wildlife. I know the past weekend, I told Charlene to lock up all the deer because the season was over. Go Tashi, you're on next.
Dona da kori ekče japi. Ekpeum ki japi steče. Hakana de mishina wa chini japi uchashe wa shichu Joe Williams uchave fargo hechi yanke. Echana yaikte. Dekshio maki wamanusu ija fargo hechi yanke. Ata wa yazanke. Petu, hektaan petu machine Danny, ija jai. Deva stešni. Čana osne jak deseče. Han daktoku kupte. Tokatakja dakodia dukteo hana dakodia juhama unutta maunite. Pestor vaišni. Niš, tako da vaje I budutek te, da wahadu šiče ki ha, amičik tuže. Inah, koksinac wahdake. Wani tu šakve on spremi čiče, da te hike. Hakana ča, ampetu ča, otanka pihena, wahdake, heče on spremi čiče. Wasne ja ki ha, da to munte esto vaišni, tajšni. Jomakšiče. So I'd just like to say that, it's good to stand here in front of all of you, to see you today. But even though I'm happy to be here to speak to you guys about our language, I'm also extremely sad. Very sad today in the last few weeks. The last 6 years I've been doing this work of trying to teach myself the language and working with our elders, first at the college and then now at the Language Institute. We get to, build these beautiful relationships with our fluent speakers and our elders. But with that comes the hardship of watching them leave and go after we build that relationship. And today it seems even more so than before, where we're losing a lot of them. And there's others that I know that are, their time is limited. And for me, it's very difficult because I know that I think as a community between the Language Institute and the college, we're unique compared to a lot of other communities in the fact that our fluent speakers have really stepped up and helped us. And we as learners have stepped up and did our part to learn from them. We don't, Mish, I don't learn from a book. I learn from our speakers. And even though I've been learning this long and spending all this time, I still talk like a little boy. Because that's how difficult it is to learn our language when we don't hear it. We don't hear our language every day. And so it makes it difficult to learn it. I don't know what we're going to do when we lose all of our speakers. We're beyond a crucial time. We've been at a crucial time, and now it's even more so. We're doing what we can. I have to be extremely careful working with our fluent speakers. My number one concern right now and focus is recording them and visiting with them to capture the language and to be able to have it for future generations, but because of this virus, it makes it very difficult to do that work, and it's very dangerous. And so we have to be very thoughtful and very careful how we go forward doing that. I just want to challenge our leadership and our Oyate to, it's time for everybody to step up and start learning the language. Ishijo, ohne de unspe ichichiapo. You know, you need to teach yourself. It can't fall onto the shoulders of the Language Institute or of the college or of the schools. It's going to take all of us to do this, and we have to start learning our language. We have to start using it. Even if you just learn one word a day, even if you just slowly start to understand. You know, we have speakers among us. Say something to them. You challenge yourself. And when they respond, you know, even if you don't understand, you know, try. It's the only way that we're going to save our language. I can't express it enough. It's scary right now because of what's happening. Because I dread to see what the end of this winter might look like. So right now, that's what we're focusing on at the Institute, is really just spending all of our time, not just to capture the language from them, but to be there for them. A lot of these elders, that's what they have right now is our program as far as a place to come and to visit and all of that. Financially, on the printing side of things, you know, we've been very busy, and I have to give a shout out to Jody, Janet, and Hutch for really doing, you know, they've been doing a lot of work because of the printing side of the business, and we rely on that because, like, when people were being laid off, that was the only thing that kept our doors open, is that revenue that we make from our printing. But listening to what Tamara had to say, I want to put one thing out there that I want to plant a seed and have you guys think about this, because I agree with what she was saying as far as their office goes. But in this field of work that I do, there was a man named Daryl Kipp. He was a Blackfeet, and he was known for starting an immersion school and really doing a lot of work to bring his language back to his community. But he said this, he says, you know, we don't sit around and wait and rely on the tribe or the federal government or anybody else to do this work, that we need to do it, and we're gonna do it regardless. But he said, one thing we don't do is we don't take our language and we don't put it in an abandoned building. And today that's where we're at. And me, I don't complain because I don't care. I'm gonna do this work, I don't care where I'm at. But I think it would make a statement to the world and to our people to say that our language and our culture deserve a nice place to be, a place for our elders to come and gather to speak, to record them, for them to feel comfortable, a place for a classroom to teach students, a place to archive and show the things from our history like Tamara was talking about. I would really like you guys to think about this, that we could have a place that would hold all of those things, and that would be the center of who we are as a people, so that we can show that to our younger generation, that this is how much we value it. This is how much it means to us. And I'm not.
Any questions or questions or comments from council or execs or our membership that are listening out there? If you have any questions, I'm going to ask Jeremy to stick around for a few minutes. If you do have any questions, then I'll call him up to the mic. Jeremy, I just want to let you know, I know when I came in, we looked at the budgets of our programs, and I got with the execs. And we heard our younger generation speaking the language coming in. At the time, the past leadership supported the language over there at the college. And now we have, from that, it's flourishing. Well, now we have our young members that came from that. Now they're at schools, they're teaching the language. Yeah, I didn't even know Travis Herrick over there in the MUSIM. I didn't even know he could have the patience to teach the younger generation. But yeah, he's over there. He's teaching language. So I appreciate the leadership back then supporting that. And as I'm coming in too, as my position too, the execs, we supported that. We didn't take no money from that. And as you know, Matashi over here in Lake Travis too knows that there's a standing resolution when I was a tribal secretary. My name's on there as well as Chairman Selvage and our leadership at the time. We knew the dire needs of our language at the time. And there's a standing resolution out there that we need to protect our language. And proclamation, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And we need to support that. And as I come in, I looked at your budget, and I'm going to support your budget. I'm not going to take any money away from your program and give it to a different program into a different person's salary. I'm not going to do that. Our language is sacred, so I'm going to support you. And as well as the continued Madam Secretary here as we go into the next, in 2021, and our Vice Chairman coming in, and as well as the leadership. So I appreciate you. I want to end with this too. I was visiting with our elder, Joel Williams, the other week. And I appreciate the family for giving me permission to go over there and visit with him. And one of the things he was talking about the language, and he was talking about our relatives that are passing on. He knows the loss that we're going through because of COVID. He was concerned about that, and it needs to continue. And he mentioned your name. So Grandpa Jay, that's what he said. He said, tell Jeremy he's doing a good job and continue. So he knows he worked with you. So he's seen that work. I just wanted to let you know. Thank you. Vivian, is Vivian out there?
Question?
Good morning, Jeremy. This is Michelle Farmer from Dakota Crossing. I just want to thank you guys for you and your crew for the nice logos that you brought there for the all the Dakota. For the fruit and the vegetables. For the fruit and the vegetables that we have hanging up in front of each cashier. And as we go throughout the day, we stand there and we practice learning what each item is up there.
You know, we're willing to do whatever programs or people, families, whoever need help with the language. You know, they just have to reach out because we don't always know what people need, or we don't want to try to push things. So when people are in need of, whether it's signage or lessons or classes or whatever, just reach out. We will do what we can. But that's what I like to hear, is that they're not just hanging it up on a wall, but they're actually attempting to learn through that. That makes me feel good. Oh, Pradama.
More question? All right. I think Francis is bringing in Charlene because we're going to skip over Miss Tatesh Kashka.
Once again, for everyone listening on the radio, 89.9 FM, the call number is 698-3790. No text messaging, and you can call 698-3790 if you have a question for anyone.
Arlie! I don't know if I got everybody mad at me or not. I told everybody that I gave you a call to lock up all our deer now since the rifle season's over. But that's going to be up. But I told you my concerns. A couple of people calling me about that, and I gave them your number if they have any questions, if they needing a little bit more time.
Okay.
So with that, I'm going to give you the floor.
Okay, am I on? All right, well, good morning, council and execs and general membership. My name is Charlene Miller, program manager for the Tribal Fish and Wildlife Department. As we all know, it's been quite a different world these past 9 months. The way we accomplish many of our day-to-day activities has changed. Some of these changes has been a struggle, and others have made us more efficient. One of the changes in the Fish and Wildlife Department is we are issuing all our fishing and hunting permits online or by telephone. If you're unable to do either of those, and we can accommodate you curbside during regular business hours, so we'll still come out and be able to help you with your tags or hunting and fishing licenses. During the pandemic, we have observed an increase in fishing and hunting activity by our members. That is a good thing. We can still take our family outdoors and enjoy our natural resources here on the reservation. We did see that. We see a lot more people being outside and taking part in that. That's great to see. This year we were able to issue 2 rifle tags to each of our members so that they may have additional deer meat for their needs during these challenging times. Many people took advantage of this opportunity, while others were unable to due to the lockers not taking the whole carcass deer, or they were unable to afford the cost of the processing of these deer. With these concerns brought forth, we planned for setting up some self-serve stations at our Dakota farm in one of our large storage buildings. With the limited time, the limited funding, we were unable to fulfill those plans. But we did submit a proposal to the NDN Collective for assistance with our SWO food harvest processing facility, and we were awarded $75,000 in funding. We are very grateful for this funding from the NDN Collective, as this will assist us with providing the opportunity for the community, hunters and gatherers, to access equipment, develop the skill set and experience to process their own foods so that our members have a better chance of becoming self-sustainable. By providing this model infrastructure, I'm hopeful that this will improve the likelihood of future successful, full-blown tribal meat processing facility that's capable of butchering our own livestock, such as the buffalo that we raise, but we depend on outside facilities for processing. We did purchase a full poultry processing system, but was late in receiving it, so we were unable to offer the use of this to our membership. We plan to have this available for the membership's use during 2021 for their poultry processing needs. We did process approximately 150 chickens that we raised at the Dakota farm, and these are available by request to anybody who would like to have some fresh processed chickens. You just contact us and we'll get those to you. At the Dakota farm, we had 3 participants with us throughout this past growing season. We didn't open it up to any other participants due to the pandemic. We had some programs that had plots reserved and they were going to grow on them, but they had to cancel too late in the season because of the social distancing guidelines that we had in place for our safety. The 3 participants that we had with us this year again was Steve Farmer, Michelle Farmer, and Jamie German. They were provided an acreage and resources such as tools, seeds, plants, and equipment to assist them with what they chose to plant, grow, and harvest. The participants were allowed the use of farm office computers, so we have the farm office out there and we have a computer. They were able to come in and conduct their own research and join in on any webinars that they'd like to, due to we couldn't have our on-site training that we planned to have for those participants. So it was quite a challenging year but the participants did grow and successfully harvested what they chose to grow. And it was hot. They did well. They did very well. They all harvested a great amount of produce. And then they also harvested quite a bit of produce that some of the program staff had planted and grown up there. This spring, we provided garden seeds, poultry, and tillage to the membership, which was over 350 applicants. That was the most that we have ever provided to our members. That was great to see. These were dispersed by curbside, and it was a very efficient process. We'll continue with that in 2021. It went very well. Garden seeds again will become, or garden seed applications will become available in March again in 2021, and then we'll do the same process. So keep an eye out for those, and then we'll provide them up front and in the paper and get those processed right away this spring. It's great to see that many of our people are growing their own foods, and we hope that these applicant numbers continue to increase. I mean, 350, we were happy to see that, and I'm sure we're going to see more this year, and that's great. We've been working with a lot of our operators of our lands to improve their grazing practices and assist with fencing projects funded by NRCS. By providing rotational grazing, we see less erosion and better plant growth out there on these lands. Our NRCS liaison, Lauren Odlin, has been a great assistance to us. He's been helping us with identifying different funding sources and helping us assist with securing these funds. This helps us with water access and fence placement on our lands. We will continue to promote healthy soil along with healthy, diverse wildlife and grasslands throughout our reservation. Over the past season, we conducted noxious weed control on many acres and right-of-ways, and we'll continue to do that. We also worked with many of our operators on collaborative projects by being able to stretch our funding further, where they would do a part, we would do a part. And that took us a long ways, and we do a lot of work with the realty departments, tribal BIA, if they have VCs that need some type of assistance, and we always tell them, be sure to contact us. And I'm sure there's some way that we can assist you with, if it's weed control or fencing or what have you. Or even if you're a landowner and you're hearing from your VC that there's an issue, don't hesitate to contact us, because we may be able to help you, or we may find those resources to assist that operator to get your land up to their expectations and where they can. I'm sure most of you are aware we are dealing with an aquatic invasive species in our waters. It invaded our waters this year. The zebra mussel has significantly invaded Pickerel Lake. It was first observed on July 10th near a boat ramp in West Pickerel Lake State Park. You know, when they called us that day. That was quite a day to us to hear that, because we've really been trying, you know, we've tried hard to make sure to get out there and promote that, not to be moving water. And we've got a portable station, boat cleaning station. We have a permanent cleaning station on Pius Lake. And so when we heard that, right away we got our equipment ready. We took our portable up there. We got up to that west boat ramp. The crew set up there and started trying to get boats to come in and start cleaning them off, because we did not want that zebra mussel moving into our other waters. So we already knew we had some in there. What we didn't know, that it was going to go at such an alarming rate. It reproduced so significantly, it was alarming to see. This fall, we went up there, we were invited up by one of those, it's like a storage. They store all the seasonal boats and watercrafts and docks. He invited us up to look when he was taking out all the docks for the season. And all the docks that were removed from Pickerel Lake, there was hundreds of them. And they already had pulled them out and put them on land. And it was so sad to see that the zebra mussels just completely covered those docks already. From July to October, they just reproduced so terrible. But we are hopeful that we may contain them from that lake and not enter into some of our other lakes, because the docks that were pulled from Enemy Swim, did not have any on them. We looked at hundreds of those docks when I was there. They did not have any on them. So we are going to be stepping up our efforts. We're going to become vigilant with assisting with protecting the other lakes on our reservation in the area so that we don't have invasion by these mussels or any other aquatic invasive species. We'll be setting up checkpoints to ensure boaters are cleaning and draining their boats and watercrafts. And we'll also be putting an enforcement policy in place regarding prevention of spread of aquatic invasive species. We were fortunately funded an additional $100,000 to assist us with our efforts and plan to purchase more portable cleaning stations with kiosk screens. So they'll have kiosk screens on them so that people don't quite understand the impacts of these invasive species. They can watch this little video that comes up, or they could push it and it'll explain to them what each tool is on that cleaning station and how to use it to clean their watercraft. We'll be taking those portable stations and moving them around on different areas and probably mostly by the state's boat ramps. We'll be setting them up and on our tribal lands that are near those lakes. We'll continue to protect our natural resources, and I thank all my staff for all the work they have again provided to us. Happy holidays, and be sure to send in your hunter report cards. We really depend on those for next year's management of our deer. Or if you don't submit them here, we're going to be setting up a box on Monday. You can drop them off up front as you come in the building, or you can enter them online. Be sure to sign in on your site online and get your hunter report cards submitted. We'll be doing 10 $100 gift cash card drawings in January, so make sure to get those in the next 2 weeks so you can get into the drawing. So we'll have those available. Thank you, and stay safe.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you to stick around for a couple minutes just in case you have any questions from our community members that will call in. But right now we got a question from Lake Traverse. So Francis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlene, we were kind of talking about this a little bit outside, but I just kind of wanted to touch base just because I know our membership is listening. So I don't know if the council is aware, but this is the second time, I believe, Charlene, that one of my members has trapped a fisher. And there is no policy or there's no season for fishers, but I mean, they're starting to make a comeback on our reservation, obviously. You know, and me and Charlene were just talking about this outside before we heard you calling on us. But I was, wondering, Charlene, is there a possible, I know there's no season for a fisher, but being that my member has trapped one twice now and had to turn it over to the Fish and Wildlife Department, is it possible that, because I think, he's a subsistence individual that lives along Lake Traverse, and, that's his lifestyle, and that's kind of where he, makes his money at as well, by trapping and, tanning hides and whatnot. Is it possible for him to receive that animal back, being that the tribe doesn't have any season or guidelines on it?
No, we don't have a season, so unfortunately that would be a illegal possession at this time, but not to say that in the future that's not going to become available. As you all saw, the otter, they opened that up. The state did, we did not. Them are things that we'll have to discuss and do some research, do some population, see where we're at with numbers. Are they prevalent enough to hold one on that? But as far as giving it back to them, we can discuss that.
Okay, yeah, that's all I'm wondering, because like I said, there's really no season on it. There's nothing on our records for fishers, but there's a broad area under fur bearer, that it possibly could fall under if it had to. But I'm not saying that it should, I'm just saying if. But I mean, I'd appreciate it, Charlene, if we can sit down and discuss the possibility of returning that animal to him. Because like I said, I mean, he's a subsistence hunter, and that's his lifestyle. So I mean, I don't think that he would have kept it. I know he would have. He's pretty. trustworthy and stuff like that. When it comes to trapping something unintentionally. So, like I said, I think this is the second time that he's trapped a fisher, along Jim Creek. But I'd appreciate it, Charlene, that, if we can sit down and visit with maybe him and, possibly returning that to him so he could make some money off of that. Like I said, that's his lifestyle, trapping and, tanning and selling and stuff, so.
Yes, you can visit with him and have him call me, and we will set up a time where we can discuss this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Francis. And before I take that call from the community members, Madam Secretary thought it was a fisherman from a boat fishing. I said, no, it's a huge mink. So with that, is there a question from the community?
Okay, hello, Charlene. Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to grow those plots out there, but I see a big future in that tribal farm out there. You got a lot of knowledge of the hemp, and I'm very proud of that we have our own tribal member to be in the lead of the hemp program. And I guess what I'd like to see, because I get to see it in my time, that medical and recreational has been voted in, and that's what the people want, and they wanted it for a long time. But we have to get ahead of the game by, okay, here's an idea. How about if we go to college and you go out there and start teaching us how to be a grower? How about you teach us how to learn the soil types that we need as individuals, and make it an accreditation class where we can, as tribal members, because this reservation was made for everybody to be a farmer. I mean, I'm the only farmer here because I carry the name. Just kidding. But anyway, I would like to see that, advantage, because we have two greenhouses over at the college. One is falling apart right now as we speak. One is so high tech, they don't even know how to use it. And if they're using it, they're not using it to the people's advantage. Because the people need to have advantage of that greenhouse, because you know why? We can start cloning. We can start doing things to let us be the first tribe to have the highest grade. And then the next thing I wanted to talk about, Charlene, I'm going to use the college again because my mom's on the board. I would like to see you have some of your workers go up there and help us, because we have the finest kitchen in our auditorium. I worked in there. You can process and you can do whatever you got to do to help us learn how to butcher our own buffalo, how to butcher our own cow. That would be very awesome. We're supposed to have a food program over there teaching us how to cook and stuff. That would be good. And then one more thing I want to talk about was Bitterroot. You talked about West Side Pickerel Lake. There's a site over there that's right east of or west of the ramp there. And you know what? That's getting an invader species coming in there too. And guess who it is? A guy like me, a farmer. He's tilling it up closer and closer and closer. So now when you go to get Bitterroot, it's all spoiled. So we need to get a buffer zone in that area to protect those medicinal sites, because those are very important to some of the elders that still use that. And again, I'm real anxious I guess the other question I'd like to ask, sorry, are we able to go to the bank and borrow a combine? And we talked about that hemp farm where there was some equipment we could use to harvest even better. Are you guys in that process right now? And again, I thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you, Steve. You do bring up some good points there. So as far as your first one with the hemp, we actually will be doing that. And anybody is invited. Just call us, call the program. Sorry, I don't have the Dakota Farm number, but our direct number to our office is 698-8353. And if you can't get through to us on that, it will give you my cell phone number, and you can contact me there. So this season, if you want to come out and join us, we are going to be doing some experimental growing in there. And that is part of with the planning's phase 2, finishing up that phase 2. I think they're wrapping it up, but we're going to be doing some different growing of some hemp fiber material, some hemp varieties growing in there. And that's just to see the difference in them. So you are welcome to participate that as well as anybody just call me and we can walk you through there. As far as helping over there, yeah, we're willing to assist anytime. Sometimes it's difficult for our schedule to get everything in because, we're doing a number of things, but we're willing to assist where we can. And as far as, I didn't quite catch your last one, but it sounded like a loan on some equipment. If you're talking about money to purchase equipment, there is a lot of different areas that CDFIs that do now provide funding opportunities to tribal members. And I really wish people would take advantage of that. Stop in and see me. Anybody that wants to take advantage of that, wants to know more about it, can't think of the word. I mentioned it last time. It's a Lakota word, a Coptown. They do a lot of funding to native producers. So that's definitely available. I invite anybody to stop in, or I guess we can't stop in and visit anymore. I'm used to saying that. Reach out and call me. We'll visit, we'll socially visit, and I probably have a lot of resources to share with you, and I don't have the time to do it now, but I will provide those to you if you request them. Thank you.
We have another question, caller, but he left a voicemail, and I won't play the voicemail, so he'll have to call back. But one question I have is the Memorial Park. Can it be open just for people to come sit out there and, relax, or even do a walk around, and just close off the playground part, the basketball and the volleyball area, so that people can go out there and park and it's kind of a solitude place where people can just go out there, Facebook and do different things like that, or even walk the path. Is that possible?
I see it possible. It has to be approved by the leadership, and I will check with them and get back out to the membership. Winter is coming on us though, so I don't know. This year we're pretty fortunate because there's no snow and stuff, but there's no facilities open. One thing we have to be mindful of, if we did that, if we took down those barricades, we may have children that want to play on the playgrounds, and there we kind of are not safe again.
Okay, Charlene, I have 10 acres. This is Steve Jackson, Sr., and I have a bad cocklebur invasion. Can your program help eliminate or spray or mow or help control the cockleburs? Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Hi, Steve. Thank you. We may be able to assist with some type of measure there. You can call me on the telephone number I provided, and we could discuss different ways we can do that. 698-8353 is our direct line office number, and my cell phone, which mostly everybody already knows, is 880-6331.
If there's no further questions from community and also the council and execs, I appreciate your time coming in, Charlene, for giving your report, and also too, like I mentioned in the planning department report too. I appreciate you helping with the hemp issue. And you've been doing it with Matt and before Matt, and you've been doing it for a long time. And I appreciate you doing that. Thank you, Charlene.
Thank you.
Members of council and the community out there, I know we have a couple more reports coming in before lunch, but I try to keep track of our schedule. We have like 10 minutes and we'll go into our lunch. Gary, I know you're on deck, but I like to deviate from our agenda just for a couple minutes before we go into lunch. Our lunch will be provided to everybody here, and also Jerry. I know Eric's be coming in for housing. The ones that are going to be provided for a lunch box to keep everybody safe. That'll be coming in. That's what we're going to be doing over lunch. But right now, I'd like to call the execs up. Madam Secretary and Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I can bring that. Well, while we were getting ready, I called the execs up, and as leadership know in the past too, we need to, I know we honor, you know, the Washuchu that come in. I always give them honors or whatever. Before I came in, I was a community member, you know, watching everybody and all that stuff. And I was telling myself, we need to honor our membership for what they're doing. We need to continue doing that. Before they go or make their journey or anything like that, we need to recognize and start doing that within our community. So with this, I didn't tell this person, but the execs and also the leadership here at council, we heard stories of this individual giving himself to the community. Wherever there's an event on or anything like that, this individual gave him himself. Even to the point of losing his companion. He was out there, wherever district was called, events in the community, he was there. Calling the games, or he was there. So like this, I would like to call our radio man. Can you come up? Ayapaha. Can you come up, please? He's been a Yapaha for many years now, and we've been watching him, giving himself out there. And we didn't tell him for a long time, but we see you in the community. The community sees you. And we want to honor you this way. We know. So with this blanket, on behalf of the leadership, we want to honor you with a little token of appreciation. And we called the drum dude, Mikey and his sons, to give you an honor song. Because of the COVID stuff, we could just stand. We don't need to shake hands, you know. We want a big, strong hug. But we practice that distance, you know. We could just point with your lips if you have to shake his hand. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the mic. Mikey, you come up. Yep.
Oh Can I get a picture with the execs and him?
Hey, I appreciate it. If you want to say a couple of words, you're welcome to. And we'll stick around for some pictures. And with that, I appreciate that. Just to let you know, you are appreciated. Ayapaha. So I just want to make sure to give you the honor. And if things get tough and stuff like that for you, and they have, especially with your health, your leg, everything like that, and maybe you never felt that you're appreciated before, but you are. So we want to show you that you are appreciated. So Wopida Tonka for all the things that you do for the SWO community and that you continue to do so. So I thank Mikey and his sons, and I think the elder that made the blanket for you. And just a reminder, that's an honor, a very great honor that we have these blankets. They shouldn't be at the pawn shops or anything like that. They should be hanging. So you keep that with you. Thank you. And at this time, we'll just go for a break, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll have lunch. I appreciate the community for tuning in with us. Thank you. Wopida Tonka. She's calling back the spirits.
Thank you, guys.
Doing our CHE Fast Fact this morning, where we give you 5 minutes of information on one topic. And so today's topic, I will be talking about the different COVID-19 tests that are out there. There's a little bit of confusion on some of them, and so I just want to go through each one and explain the differences and the similarities. So the first one I'll talk about is the molecular test. This test is a diagnostic test for COVID, which means if you feel like you have COVID, they'll likely do this test on you and it will determine whether you have it or not. This test tests the virus's genetic material, so that would either be the DNA or the RNA, and with COVID-19, in this case, it's the RNA that they're testing. If you get tested at IHS, sometimes they'll refer to this test as the state test or a send-out test, because this one needs to be sent out to the state lab to get those results back. And so this usually takes about 3 to 5 days. Could be sooner, could be longer, depending on how backed up that lab is. This test is the most accurate test to determine if you have COVID-19 or not. And so then the next test is the antigen test. And this test tests for surface proteins on the virus. So sometimes this test is referred to as a rapid test. If you've been tested at IHS, we do have those. They're referred to as the rapid test, and we don't have to send those out. We have a machine here that can analyze those test results, and it usually takes about an hour or so to get those back, and usually you'll hear back the same day if you're positive or not. This test, since it doesn't test for the actual RNA or the genetic material, it just tests for surface proteins on the outside of the virus, it's not as accurate is the lab send outs or the molecular test. And so it is accurate if you get a positive result, but it's more likely to miss an active case of COVID. So if you get a negative result, that doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. It's more likely to miss a positive and give you a false negative. So this is partially why they don't want to test asymptomatic people with this rapid test. They want you to have symptoms because it's more likely to pick up that surface protein and be able to detect that on someone with symptoms versus without symptoms. And then there's also the antibody test that I think is available at Coteau. And this one is a blood test. And this tests for antibodies in the blood. I haven't been tested for it, and I haven't talked to anyone who has, so I'm not sure how long it takes to get results back for that. I would say like 1 to 3 days. I don't know if they can get them back to you in the same day or not. And this test just shows if you've ever been infected with COVID-19. It's not necessarily a current infection. It just determines whether you've had it in the past or not. So the thing with antibodies are they take several days to up to several weeks to develop in your blood. And so by then you might have already passed the virus, you may no longer have symptoms, you might not be shedding it anymore, and then those antibodies will show up. And with COVID-19, they're still trying to determine whether or not antibodies present in the blood keep you immune from future infections of COVID-19. And with most viruses, if you have the antibodies, it means you can't get it again. But in this case, they really aren't sure. And so it's possible that you may be reinfected with COVID-19, even if you have the antibodies in your blood. And so it's still important to take precautions, wear your mask, social distance, and wash your hands. Even if you had the antibody test and you have the antibodies, it doesn't completely make you immune, or the research isn't clear right now. So I have this little picture here I drew to try to just illustrate a little bit the different tests and what exactly they're testing for. So the molecular test that tests the RNA, that would be this purple here in the middle. That's the RNA, that's the genetic material of the virus. That one, the molecular test, is the most accurate test. That's the state send out. That takes about 3 to 5 days to get results back. Then there's the antigen test. That one tests the proteins. So these little guys in red along the surface there, right through here, those are the surface proteins that are tested in the antigen test. This would be the rapid test that we can do right here where you get the same day results, but it's not quite as accurate as the molecular test. And then there's the antibody test, and the antibodies I drew in blue there, and those are tested through the blood, and those determine just if you've had the virus in the past. So I hope that clears up some of those differences in tests. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments, and that is it for today.
Okay, we are back. We're gonna give away the 97 $100 gift cards to Dakota Crossing. So if you signed up in the last few days, we're gonna do the drawings. Leanne's gonna do the drawings. Christine's gonna write down the name, and I'm gonna announce it. So here we go, and then we're just gonna tape them on that board. Is what we're gonna do. So we'll do 97 of the $100. Kristen Backman. Ticket number 888382. So Kristen Backman, you are a winner. They'll get a hold of you if you do not need to be here. Yeah, we'll just say the names.
So Kristen Backman. Carrie Roberts, Enemy Swim, you're a winner. And 95 more to go. Samantha Pomini, Enemy Swim. I think I remember her coming through and signing up. So we got 94 more to go. Tamara St. John, KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota. I forgot to get that in there. Sorry. Garrett Keoke, you're a winner. Garrett Keoke. So far we have Kristen Backman, Carrie Roberts, Samantha Pomini, Tamara St. John, and Garrett Keoke. Carrie Roberts? Yeah. Something Stand, ticket number 888-8439. So the phone number on there too, so don't need to be present to win. Rustan. We got the ticket number there and the telephone number, so they'll call you if nobody picks them up, and they can pick them up here this afternoon or anytime tomorrow. You can pick up your $100 gift card. To Dakota Crossing. Sylvia Blue, winner, $100. Sylvia Blue. Etta Joe Marks, Etta Joe, winner, $100 gift card, Dakota Crossing. Ron Redday, $100 gift card drawing, Ron Redday. The Santa Claus coming to town last night was awesome. So you got to see that last night. That was awesome in the Agency Village town. Michael Crawford, I believe Summit area. Shayna Loney, $100 winner. So we're giving away 97 tickets. That was almost 100. Bonnie Haynes. Bonnie Haynes works in the education department. I remember her signing up. She's the karaoke singer. Amanda Yahya, winner, $100 gift card, Dakota Crossing. You can pick those up this afternoon if you want to swing through the travel office. Kojak Heminger. I remember him. I called him. He was going down aisle 7. Kojak, come sign up. Kojak, $100 winner. One of the maintenance guys, one of the top-notch maintenance guys at SWHA. Well, they're all top-notch. Alice Shepard, she signed up yesterday too. Alice, we chased her down. I think Leanne tackled her. Come sign up. Jay-Z Shepard, she signed up yesterday too, about noonish. Her and her aunt signed up. Gina Robertson. Gina Robertson. Miss Dakota Connection. Gina Robertson. Clarice Bearhill. Clarice Bearhill. She signed up yesterday too. Jesse Anderson. Jesse Anderson. I think there's a few Jesse Andersons, so I don't know which one. Jesse Anderson signed up. $100 gift card. Next name. Will Fish. Hey, they said. Will Fish. Will Fish. $100 gift card. Aaron Keeble. Aaron Keeble with 2 A's. We're at drawing number 22. Winner number 22 is Rebecca Bearhart. Becca. She signed up yesterday too at lunch. And Carissa Robertson, or Robertson? There's, okay, Carissa, yeah, Robertson. Carissa. Number 24, Damien Kadat. Damien, I don't remember him signing up. Maybe I do. Or was it his brother? Or his brother signed up? No. Yolanda Starr Amos. And here comes Tamara St. John. She wants her card. No, I'd like to give mine to the Warming House. All right. Dawn Marie. Dawn Marie. All right, Don Ryan. You just got a donation from Tamara St. John to donate her card to the food or Warming House. So, Don. Yeah. And Will Fish is the winner. Doris Lewis, winner. She is working with the delivering for quarantine families. There's a few of them out there. Seen them yesterday and day before out to Dakota Crossing. Sharon Armal. Oh, yeah. Sherry Armal. Sherry Armel, you're a winner. She signed up yesterday also. That way when they come and get their card, you can just take their ticket down.
Then you know who's left. Oh, Camille Quick Bear. Camille, your winner. Francis Opitz, Fran, your winner there in Ross Holt. She signed up Tuesday. Ruth Yakbia. Ruth signed up yesterday. And we are at ticket number 31. Machpia Eastman. Arnold White Jr. Arnold, your winner. He signed up on Tuesday. Ramona Owen, she signed up yesterday. No, day before. Ticket number 34. Got a third done. And that winner's Ladine Wana. Ladine, she signed up out here just today or yesterday. So Ladine Wana, your winner. These are all for a $100 gift card to Dakota Crossing. Next number is Conrad Brown. Does it say Conrad? Yep, Conrad Brown. Oh, Courage Brown, sorry. Conrad, sorry. Courage Brown. But Conrad, if you come out here, I'll give you a hug. Karen Williams, you're a winner, $100 gift card. Viva. That's what it says on there. Viva. There's only one Viva. Rainy Marks. There's only one Rainy Marks, too. So come on out. Get your ticket this afternoon. They'll be ready. And the next winner, Ashley Thompson. Ashley Thompson. Ticket number 40. Carolyn Genia, your winner. Carolyn Genia. Ticket number 41. Chris Feather. Leanne's mixing them up. There was over 300 people signed up at the Dakota Crossing, so that was awesome. Gabriel Heminger. Oh, Deborah Heminger, sorry. Deborah Heminger. Liz Anderson, your winner, Liz. Maria Dakota, your winner. Maria. So if you hear somebody's name and you don't think they're watching or listening, let them know. Patricia Matera. Patricia Matera. She signed up Tuesday. Dakota Magic employee. Who? Crystal Harwood. There you go. I looked at. I seen a whole different name there. Crystal Harwood. Danielle Robertson. She might have signed up yesterday too. Daryl Quinn, he signed up yesterday. We are halfway through the drawings now. Marty Herman? Marty Herman. Harmon. Marty Harmon. Yeah. Carla or Carla? Carla Sherman. Caria. Gotcha. Carla. 97. We're halfway there. Over 300. Mike Sierra. Oh, Tanashi Mike Sierra. I haven't seen him in a long time. Mike Sierra. Claude Compesca Jr. Claude Jr. Daryl White, winner 100. Also, by the way, somebody signed up and they got a Diet Mountain Dew and orange juice. Thank you. Oh, is it Daryl? Daryl, that might have been yours. Somebody left one there, so I think we took them back up to the register. Keisha Renville. Oh, Risha Renville. Gabby Tateushkashka, $100 gift card to Dakota Crossing. They do have those hoodies there too. So. Minerva Kiok. Corey Budak. IHS. Oh, I can't say that. Corey Budak. He signed up yesterday, getting lunch during his lunch break. Maurice Redday, the junior. There's 3 Maurices. Elizabeth Hill. We are at ticket and drawing number 60 right here with Billy Cole. He signed up Tuesday. Number 61. Vivian Vigil. Vigil. That sounds French. Dave Bird, you were winner. Dawi. $100 gift card to Dakota Crossing winner. So, oh. Leanne sat down and I stood up. Louis Quinn. What? Uncle. Ticket number 64. Winner number 64 is Howard Redday Jr. John. Oh no, that's the third. Howard Redday Jr. It's the second. And the next one is Veronica Leaf Belisle. Veronica, your winner, $100 gift card. Winner number 66 is John Two Stars. Mary M. Keeble. Mary M. There's 3 Mary Keebles. This one's Mary M. Can't see. Vernon Roulard. Vernon Roulard. He signed up yesterday. Yep. Right ahead the Tancha yesterday. Adam Heigel. Hi, Adam Heigel works at the crossing. He signed up yesterday too. With his mom. Patrick Adams. I think he did Tuesday. I think there's 2 Patricks. So this one is Patrick Adams. Daniel Labatt. Daniel. Oh, Getty. Daniel, how did I get that? Labatt. Correction on that one. Daniel Getty. He signed up yesterday. Mallory Black Thunder. Mallory. She signed up yesterday. And David Barse, winner. David Barse. Number 74. Arnold Williams. Well, I hear him coming now. He's running. Number 75, lucky 75 winner is none other than Marjorie Bessonette. And lucky number 76 winner, $100 gift card. Dakota Crossing goes to Lana Rencounter. I think she works here. A twin. Gabriella Wana. Gabriella Wana, $100 gift card. Dakota Crossing. Sherry Marks LaFramboise. She signed up yesterday and just left Landon standing there. Maria Gallardo, she signed up yesterday too. So good luck to the Wapiti girls and boys. Are heading to White River tomorrow, or maybe today. And they play Chamberlain Saturday. Good luck with Wapiti. Edna Max. Edna, wait, no, I got to say it right. Edna M. Max. So Edna M. You are a winner. Number 81. This is the lucky one because it's number 81. That's why it's lucky. Al Thompson, 467 9991. Jenny, you're a winner. Your number is 867-5309. Leanna Bernard, you're a winner. I always say that because Pine Ridge, their prefix is 867. So there's actually somebody that has 5309, but her name ain't Jenny. Robert Cadat. I remember him signing up. Keeley Radio is 867-5001, I believe. Tito Gill, winner. We are at lucky number 85. This is the most luckiest one because it's number 85. And that winner is Darian Gill. Darian Gill. Number 86, winner $100 gift card to Dakota Crossing is Lita Blacksmith. Lucky number 87. It's the luckiest one. The year I graduated, that's why it's lucky. Lauren Thompson. He signed up yesterday. Number 88. Tara Greeley, number 88, signed up yesterday. I think Leanne tackled her. Come sign up.
David Genia, you're a winner. David Genia, he signed up yesterday. Senior. Number 90, Darren Renville. Darren Renville, he signed up yesterday. We had to holler, Darren! Dr. Deeds. We're at 91. I'm getting scared. Lenny Peters. Number 92. Mary Hislaw. Mary Hislaw, Enemy Swim. I don't know when she signed up. She must have came down first one in line. Oh. All right. I can't. Peggy Johnson, you're a winner. Yeah, when she gets back in. Michelle Farmer, you're a winner. Her and a bunch of employees came and signed up yesterday. We got 3 more. I'm scared. Number 95 is Galen Renville. He signed up Tuesday. Number 96, we got 2 more spots. 96. Marcus Hayes. Roy. Marcus Roy. He writes his name down proper, all 3 names. Last one. Doom, 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 doom. Eddie Black Thunder. He just walked in here too. He's the one sanitizing everything. So thanks for everybody for signing up. Those are all the drawings for the $100 gift card. I think tomorrow we'll do the rest of the drawings for the shirts. So congratulations. I'm going to read all the names again. So if I read your name, you are a winner. All right, here we go. We can go fast or slow or medium. And Christine says medium. Okay. Kristen Backman, Carrie Roberts, Samantha Pomini, Tamara St. John. She's giving hers to the warming house. So Don Ryan, if you want to come pick that up. Garrett Keoke, 888439, ticket number. Reston or Ruston. So that's your number, 888439. Sylvia Blue, Etta Jo Marks, Ron Redday, Michael Crawford, Shania Loney, Bonnie Haynes, Amanda Ayakpia, Kojak Heminger, Alice Shepard, Jay-Z Shepard, Gina Robertson, Clarice Bearhill, Jesse Anderson, Will Fish, Aaron Keeble, Rebecca Verhart, Carissa Robertson, Damian Canott, Yolanda Starr Amos, Doris Lewis, Sharon Armel, Camille Quickbear, Francis Opitz, Ruth Yakpia, Machpia Eastman, Arnold White Jr., Ramona Owen, Ladine Wana, Courage Brown, Karen Williams, Viva Dubois, or as they say in, I believe it's in Wyoming, Dubois, Rainey Marks, Ashley Thompson, Carolyn Genia, Chris Feather, Deborah Heminger, Liz Anderson, Maria Dakota, Trisha Matera, Crystal Harwood, Danielle Robertson, Daryl Quinn, Marty Harmon, Carla Sherman, Mike Sierra, Claude Compesca Jr., Daryl White, Risha Renville,
Gabby Tanteushkashka, Minerva Keok, Corey Budak, Maurice Redday Jr., Elizabeth Hill, Billy Cole, Vivian Gill, David Bird, Louis Quinn, Howard Redday Jr., Veronica Leaf Belisle, John Two Stars, Mary M. Keeble, Vernon Roulard, Adam High Eagle, Patrick Adams, Daniel Getty, Mallory Black Thunder, David Bars, Arnold Williams, Marjorie Bissonette, Laura Rencounter, Gabriella Wana, Sherry Marks LaFramboise, Maria Gallardo, Edna M. Max, L. Thompson. Oh, she was here. Leanna Bernard, Robert Cadat, Theodore Gill, Darian Gill, Lita Blacksmith, Lauren Thompson, Tara Greeley, David Genia Sr., Darren Renville, Lenny Peters, Mary Hislaw, Peggy Johnson, Michelle Farmer, Galen Renville, Marcus Hayes Roy, Edward Black Thunder. So congratulations to all those winners. You could stop out here to, I believe, the chairman's office and pick up your gift card to Dakota Crossing. So we're going to take another break. You're listening to 89.9 FM and the live broadcast of the day one of the 2020 Winter General Council. So we have all the names right there, so you can come out and pick those up later on. We just got a word that the girls' basketball games have been canceled for White River and I believe Chamberlain. So due to COVID restrictions, so the boys will be going and making their travel down there tonight, and they'll play White River tomorrow in White River and Chamberlain on Saturday. So I'll get some music up. KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota.
Hungry.
To executives and also to our listeners out there in the community, just a heads up, when we have any discussions, comments, or any concerns for the presenter, make sure your mics are on, that we talk loud and clear so our listeners can hear. So whenever you're ready, Jerry, I'm going to give you the floor for your report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Tribal Council, Tribal Leadership, the General Council, all the tribal members listening. My name is Jerry Eastman, and I am the Tribal Realty Program Manager and also the Buffalo Farm Manager. I handed out the report. I didn't make the book in time. I missed the deadline. I had some personal things going on that I had to deal with, but I did hand it out to the rest of Council. And I will be able to email these out or make available to the public as needed. But I'd like to start with the Realty report. As I said, I'm Jerry Eastman, the Tribal Realty Manager. And my staff is Karen Joseph, she's the Office Manager. Bruce DeMars, Homesite Leasing. Gabrielle Tateu-Skaskos, she's the Legal Research Technician. Ariel Williams is Agricultural Leasing Specialist. Amy Trevino is the Land Acquisition Specialist. Kenneth Johnson is the Lease Compliance Lease Acquisition Assistant. And Lauren Island is our NRCS Tribal Liaison. I wanted to mention the staff because without them, this program would not be successful. It's been a tough year with COVID and everything going on, and the families being sick and having to be quarantine, isolation, and having a great team is a good way of moving forward and progressing through this tribe. And I'd also like you to know what their identifying roles are, so if you have questions for home site leasing or land acquisition, you know who to contact. Okay, the Tribal Realty's responsibility is to manage all lands involving 100% owned tribal land and make recommendations on those lands in which tribe holds majority interest. We provide oversight of all the Tribal Realty functions: home site leasing, agricultural leasing, lease compliance, land acquisitions, land exchanges, partitions, and fee to trust. I'm also responsible for administrating the 638 appraisal contract, which deals with the land appraisal services. Some of our unmet needs have been, throughout the years, tribal member land sale funding. But the good news is that COBEL is on its way. Land offers will be going out to tribal members in summer of 2021. I have attached COBEL information to this report. There is a number and a hotline that I will post in the SHOTA, and I'll send it on the website. If tribal members are interested in selling their land through COBEL, there's a number they can call and get on a willing to sell list. Not all tribal member land is available or eligible for COBEL. You have to own less than 25%, and there has to be a couple other things that qualify you for COBEL. But if you do get a land sale offer, the government has committed that they will buy your land. They won't give us the total dollar amount that they're going to obligate here, but they said they're going after every eligible tract. So if you do get a land offer, they will buy it. So that's good news. That's good news for us. Other issues and struggles that Realty's been having is home sites. We're going to start focusing more on educating the tribal members on the home site process. Getting the clearances, looking at the road cost, the electricity cost. IHS usually does the water if the soil is suitable for it. And we're running out of ideal home sites. Everybody wants to live close to Siston or agency or close to a highway or infrastructure, and sometimes it's just not always available. My office is looking at more of creating cluster sites that can be pre-cleared for 3 to 5 home sites where, you know, you're gonna have neighbors, but you all have 2.5 acres, so it's gonna be a nice homestead for everybody. So that's gonna be the focus of this upcoming year. We're also looking at partitioning some tribal land in ideal locations that will allow for better suitable home sites near Siston or around agency. Some accomplishments of Realty have been the tribal member land purchases. We spent $809,654 on tribal member land purchases, and that was a total of 283 acres. Lease income collections, we successfully collected over $1.8 million for FY20. All rent was collected. It was a little bit shorter than last year, but we did that lease buyout with the Good Hearts on that 3-year free lease deal that we had, if you guys remember. But other than that, all rent was collected, and it was a great year. Excuse me. The Feed a Trust. This year, 7 applications have been submitted. There are currently 1,470 acres that are in various stages of that Feed a Trust process. We do have 6 more cases that we'll be bringing probably in January. That should be about 300 or 400 more acres for that one. All right, the total tribal land acres for the tribe, everything in trust, airship and tribal, is 145,000 acres, 139. The total tribal acres at 100% is 33,618 acres. That's just a little statistical information for you guys. And that's pretty much it for Realty. I'll move on to Buffalo Management. The staff for Buffalo Management are myself, Karina Miller, she's the assistant manager, Stacy Miller, Buffalo Tech 1, Matthew Keough, Buffalo Tech 2. As I said with Realty, having the Buffalo Management crew work so hard and stay dedicated through these COVID times has been a great asset to our people. We've called over 22 animals for the COVID relief, 10 for the tribe, 12 for the districts, to help disperse the meat. You know, the guys never stopped working. A lot of people have been on admin leave through this time. The Buffalo crew has been at work, and I really commend them for their efforts and everything they do for the Buffalo Farms. The Buffalo Farms mission is to manage and protect the bison herd for the benefit, welfare, and enjoyment of the tribal members and our tribe. Some of the accomplishments for the year: we got 16 new animals from the Badlands. We had 3 new breeding bulls from Yellowstone. Our goal of introducing new animals every 3 to 5 years is a success. It helps create genetic improvement, blood diversification, and prevent inbreeding. We did work the animals in November. It was successful. We lost 1 animal out of the 400 and some animals we worked. It was a great week. We were fortunate. The weather was nice. It was a very great week. The current numbers at Buffalo Farm at 1, which is Emmy Swim, are 303. The current numbers at Steineke Farm number 2 is 91. We sold 85 animals at auction after we worked the animals, and we raised $60,000 for Buffalo income revenue. And like I said, during the COVID time, they called 22 animals for COVID relief, 10 to the tribe, 10 to the districts, or 12 to the districts. And I can't say enough good things about the crew. It's a lot of hard work. You know, when we're indoors and it's warm in here, they're outside in low weather, freezing temperatures, and they're still taking care of the herd. So I really commend the crew for all they do. And that's really all I have to share. There is a lot of more information in the back that you guys can look through, and if there's any questions, you can bring them up. But I just kind of wanted to summarize the highlights of each program. I don't want to take too much time. I know we're a little behind schedule.
Thank you, Jeremy. If there's any questions or concerns from the council and the executives at this time? Oh yeah, Jerry, excuse me. And from the community members out there? Jerry, can you stick around for like 2 minutes just in case there is some questions coming from the community?
Yep.
And at this time, I appreciate your report and also your staff, everything that you guys do.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Happy holidays and continue to be safe.
Stay safe, everybody. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to call on Eric Shepard, System Waupun Housing Authority. On deck, we've got Lake Traverse Utilities Commission, John Cloud. And after that, Tribal Roads from Richard White. Oh, you got a question, Jerry?
Okay.
Sorry about that, Eric.
Hello, Jerry. Hello, Jerry. Sorry to hear about your mom. Sorry I couldn't make it there. COVID's pretty bad out there. But my question was about the trust lands that you had mentioned. How many acres are those of that we could use? Am I on there? Is my question be that there? Oh no, okay, I see him coming back. So I guess what I was trying to say is that the trust lands, are they going to be available for agriculture? Because I know we got this eligibility to do things with hemp and stuff. And so how does it look for South Dakota lands as far as the infrastructure? Can we utilize a lot of that? And are you guys planning for that when it starts to come? Because I know it was talked last time up there at the hemp farm up in North Dakota that the former chairman wanted to get 240 acres going. So is that going to be still ongoing for the activity to at least provide jobs for agriculture for tribal members and tribal elders like myself to be able to enhance my knowledge? Because, you know, I'm kind of like an educated bum, so I didn't get a lot of opportunity of jobs because of marijuana, and a lot of people are tough on that, you know. So I'm on the other side of the fence now because it's legal. So I want to be a part of a lot of what could happen there. And if you could share that knowledge with a lot of us, like open forum to have us all come and speak on even the owner's behalf to share their chances of offering what they have as far as not every place can be a hemp farm and not every place can be a cornfield. But I know this, you can't share hemp with corn. You got to have beans. You have to have something that puts nitrogen back in the ground. So see, I'm a little scientist, a little bit, and I know there's probably about 1,000 of us out there. And so to have that open forum to let us come and talk in behalf of the land, I think that would be a good choice on your behalf as being a leader. And then for the buffalo, I know you're in charge of the buffalo, so I talked to Charlene a little bit about the buffalo, but the buffalo, I believe we need to be more open with the community, with the people, because you guys are servants of the tribe, and I am proud of the ones we have. And I know you guys will go above and beyond, and whoever comes into the new offices, I know they'll take care of what wasn't taken care of the former councilmen and councilwomen. But I think our buffaloes need to be shared, and the reason I want to share that is because I'm interested in making a family drum, and I'd like to get a couple of buffalo hides, and I know the boys up there are pretty much the same food that's always done, but it'd be nice if we could have more community buffalo hide tanning, buffalo, you know, you take them down to process them. And then I did mention the college. They do have places over there where we can take care of chopping up meat. You need to open a butcher shop around here because I know our buffalo is one of the highest grade in South Dakota. So we got to have some money resources there. But a lot of things I see on the community side, we have a lot of dead trees in our forest, our little hardwood forest back here that needs to be cleaned up, because when we get a fire, it's going to burn hard. And do we have a fire crew in place to sustain that impact? Because a lot of our elders don't have vehicles, and a lot of impact will take a lot of families out if we had a fire like in California is getting, because we know global warming is in our doorway, and we have to deal with it. So thank you, Jerry, for your services, and thank you for saying the words for your crews. But thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate all the comments and questions and concerns that you have. I've always been a believer in utilizing ourselves and our own resources on our land. You know, I believe in farming. I believe in hemp farming, marijuana, whatever is going to make money for our people. That's the smart business choice we need to do for our tribe. So I'm in favor of it. I will work with leadership, with planning, with natural resources on developments, and as we progress through these phases. We do have a clause in our leases with our farmers that if we choose to, we can cancel that lease for development. That's something last administration made sure we got in there, and that's what's in there now. Because we're moving, you know, we're only going forward, and one day we will be where we need to be, but it takes time to get there, and as long as we have a strong leadership supporting us and pushing us, we'll get it done. The buffalo stuff questions that you raised, we do have a buffalo list for the skulls and the hides. If you want to get on that list, call Karina Miller. Every time we call an animal, it's up to the tribal member to go pick up the products at the locker. And most people need to understand that these are raw, fleshy, bloody hides and skulls. It's not a pretty thing. And as long as they're prepared to do the work and take care of them and everything, that's fine. But we do have a list for that to share with tribal members. We're still working on the observation decks and the memorial, Elva Memorial and the Buffalo Calf Memorial. Some of that got slowed down because of COVID and the shutdowns, but once we have those structures and shelters in place, then the tribe members can drive by, park, observe the buffalo, take pictures with them, you know, just don't get too close to the fence, you know, they are wild animals. What was the last part we talked about? Dead trees. We have a lot of them. We have a lot of tribal members that cut wood. You know, they come through my office, they get a wood cutting permit, they usually take all the dead trees out. So if there's any locations that you know of, let me know, and when they come in, I can send them out. Because we do have 3 or 4 good guys that come in every week and get a new location. And most of the time, they're donating the wood. So, but I hope I answered all your questions, Steve. Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Tribal Council. Thank you, tribal members. Everyone, God bless and stay safe.
I know you're trying to sneak away real quick. I think there's another question coming in. No, Joe.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to slide off.
That is it. But I do have a special announcement to pass on that Bonnie Haynes won a $100 gift card, and she's donating it to Pat Gill's family for the fire. So big thank you to.
If there's no other questions, I know my Dixie back there is trying to go to sleep over there. John. Eric, you're on deck.
Thank you, Tribal Council.
Go ahead, Eric. All dressed up.
For you.
Looking sharp.
For you.
Must be a Chicago Bears fan.
So I thought we would represent our community very well.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, tribal members, tribal council, for allowing me the time to share our annual financial report and program statistics. I know that in our housing code, that is something that we are supposed to do with our people and our tribal council as well. The other thing I wanted to kind of open up with is COVID has really impacted our community hard. And a lot of our programs have felt that. Our direct services, our outreach programs, our gaming, our revenues, I'm sure we've all seen this across the board. And now is time as ever. We're in a time now where building partnerships, strengthening our community is a must. A lot of the resources that we have pursued over the last year or two have been for rehabilitation, preservation, and new construction, trying to meet our housing demand and our growth of our tribe that have been on. That demand's been there for a while. We pursue, me and my team, we pursue about every outlet that we can, that we know of resources that we can leverage, but also internally, externally, to help provide housing and the demand for that, to provide the relief, the stress factors that have been going on for some time. We manage over 700 units, and that's over about 4 different housing portfolios. So within those portfolios, that's a lot of different compliance and regulations to follow. But yet, we meet that demand, we meet that need, we meet the compliance with safe and sound audits. And some of our, in the program statistic that I highlighted up here, are looking ahead of our goals. Our goals and our objectives, our funding applications, and the announcements of awards that go with that. The completion of, ahead of us next year is completing 62 units in Barker Hill over the next 2 years. Next thing is secured land sites, upgrading our existing, dialing it back and upgrading our infrastructure of our water needs, and working with programs like LTUC or Travel Roads, all of our interagencies that we need to be successful to make a development happen. Over the past year, we had applied for about 10 different grants. We were successful on 7 of them. Our Indian Housing Plan that we give out every year, and what that means is every year, it covers our annual expenses, but we got to kind of have a vision there of what we want to accomplish with those expenses and meeting community needs, and then we follow up with an annual performance plan, and both have been in good standing over the last 2 years underneath my leadership at the System Open Housing Authority. We've applied for 4 different grants from Federal Home Loan Bank, which is a very heavily regulated program. This past week, we were awarded 1 out of the 4 for $500,000 of homeownership rehab, which is another tool that we can offer our homeowners. There's not a lot of services out there for homeowners, but that's one way that we can provide that. So we secured, another thing we did last week was we applied for an Indian Housing Block Grant, Competitive Process Grant, which was the maximum ask was $5 million to support new construction of 60 homes. Well, 42 more homes in Barker Hill there, which is Plan A. We always have a Plan A and a Plan B and a Plan C for every development that is out there, so that we can fulfill that obligation and the task that we're charged with. We also secured $1.1 million, 25573 in CARES Act funds last year. The structure was our allowed activities through our HUD structure. One of the other new things that our HR program we developed also was new policies and procedures in compliance with all federal regulations, which was a big task for us as well. The other ones we were working off of were from like 07, even before that. So every organization is only as strong as their HR program, right? So we needed to really strengthen that. It was a weakness, and through our SWOT analysis, that was a weakness as well, is turning into a strength now. Our HR manager is actually certified now to be a UA tester, also an on-site breathalyzer if needed, and approved federal background checks because we are in a high public trust level of the federal resources that we oversee. The completion of SWHA and SWO Tribal College partnership, we've constructed 2 new homes over the last 2 years. Both of those homes have been placed out in Long Hollow District to maximize that whole development area up there that we're now stabilizing. There was obstacles with that, but we've overcome those, and we'll see stabilization over this next spring here. And we'll see 22 new homes to all of our tribal members off of our waiting list. New opportunities of home ownership, which is a new outlet that we provided of a lease to own program, so that we're covering all income ratio target ratios for our tribal members, and not just developing a frustration of just providing low or no income housing. We've seen a disconnect and a gap of providing services to our 60% EMI in our workforce housing. So that's another priority for us going into 2020 and 2021. Those will be some future goals of providing housing in that income ratio there. We've also completed 2 new housing improvement program home replacements. Barker Hill Phase 2 is now under construction, the first 5 units of 20. Our contracting department has overseen 13 control agreements, and what that equal to was those contractual agreements equal to about 46, we contribute to providing 46 jobs across our reservation this past year. And what that means is about $2 million oversight. We've amended our SWHA contracting policy as a language to improve the required bonding and the liability coverages due to the lack of losses that we've seen over the years. We've got to put a stop to that and start recovering that stuff. We can't just continue to see losses anymore. SWHA was also awarded, we awarded a 28 rental roof contract to improve the quality of lives of our low rent stock as well to a contractor. And we're also working on replacing the burn unit that's under construction right now in the assistant housing area right now. Some of the other reporting requirements that we do on 3 of our housing portfolios is our Indian Housing Plan, which is an annual report, our USDA Federal Rural Development, which is a quarterly report, and our SWO Travel Support, which is a monthly report when we receive that. The funding reporting and budget activity is laid out there for you guys. Some of our unmet needs, this isn't all of them, this is just a few of them that I could highlight here. Our unmet needs are increasing infrastructure needs, and the recommendations, developing strategies to meet this need, and working on that again in partnership with our interagencies of all of our infrastructure-related programs. The second one I put down was ongoing issues and our struggles is expanding our communities, building those housing dialogues again that involves everybody to lean in on so that we can stick together and see this plan through. We did develop a 10-year housing plan. In that 10 years, that's still not going to meet our need, but at least it's a vision, it's a mechanism. We do have a mechanism to give to all of our funding partners and networks, our business networks that are out there, to give them a road path to where we want to be, and how do they join that dialogue with us, and how do they invest into SWHA, and show our integrity. Some of our accomplishments also have been, we secured AHP funds to support new housing construction, and also secured more grants other than that to preservation of 2 of our elderly complexes. There's a lot more than this, and there's a lot more details to go into this, but this is just kind of an overview of what we do at SWHA with our team and with the partnerships through the tribe, as well as Kidamia.
Thanks, Eric. Members of council or executives, do you have any questions, comments for Mr. Shepherd for his report? And for our listeners too, if you're calling in too, if you have any questions for Mr. Shepherd. Oh, I'm going to ask you to stick around for a couple minutes, just in case we do come in, because that's running like a few seconds behind anyway. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, guys.
And at this time, I'm going to call on John Cloud. Come on. Oh, you do have a question, Eric. Sorry.
Hello, Mr. Shepherd. You have a nice suit up there, hey? And you look proud. You speak for our people. But I have a few concerns, sir. And one of my concerns is that we have a lot of homes. I live up here at Long Hollow. I know you recognize my voice because it seems like I'm only one speed dialing over here. But my mom and dad taught me the dumbest question is the one never asked. So I got a lot of questions, and too bad I couldn't be in that rotunda to see you guys face to face. I do have some Bitterroot I would have offered to the councilmen and the execs because I'm trying to be a medicine man, but up here on this hill is a beautiful sight, man. I mean, this could have been a perfect place to, or maybe it could even happen, put a treatment center up here because our people will appreciate that view. We could see 3 states up here, plus we're living in one. But I see a lot of homes up here at Long Hollow that are brand new, and they're boarded up. And it's crying shame because people, Washichis are asking me what's going on with this. And my concern is I'm a great-grandfather, a grandfather, and unfortunately still a dad. But I do stand up for my children, and she didn't get a chance to speak her voice. Her name's Gabrielle Farmer. She was turned down. She works at Woodland. Her companion works at Woodland. They both work there. They have 2 young children, 3 to 1. And they were turned down because of something that was in the newspaper. A young couple trying to make accreditation for themselves, trying to raise a young family. And your authority, your housing authority, turned them out the door. That is something that you probably won't know how to answer, but it happens. And discrimination against this marijuana has to stop now because it's already legally. And our young people that want to rent homes from you or even buy a home, I'd even buy a home for you because I pay quite a substantial amount because of, working and being on disability. I have a set income even though I'm older, but I'm still disabled. But the amount I pay here, I should just at least be able to get one of the new homes over there that are boarded up. They got boards on the windows. Unfortunately, there's only a few families that are doing destructive things up here. Why our kids do that? I do not understand. But to get to the fact, you got about 20 homes up here that are boarded up. And maybe you should tell the people why that is, and maybe the price should maybe cut down a little bit so we can afford to buy them homes. Because, man, I'll tell you what, I know people that are breaking the law, and you guys caught me. I got working, and my wife got working. That's how you caught me, so that's why I'm back to the highest amount you can charge me. But that's okay. You guys thought I was going to take off and go get one of those $70 homes, but you'll still pay $800, $900 to live in those, too, with the coldness and, the water and everything that we shouldn't be paying for water, too, but that's something that happened without our vote. But still, I'd like to see these homes opened up here. And those Quonset buildings that are all eyesore by TZ driving by that place there. You guys took those homes away you didn't, but the future or the former execs or housing took away those homes from Dakota Pride. We have a lot of mess cases, a lot of mess homes that are boarded up. In my opinion, I don't think we should be wasting homes like that. Someone's poor enough to come. If we had the tribal way of maybe you need to buy a house mover, that would be something that'd be the best investment you can do because you know what? They're building homes right out of the college now. And we're hiring Milbank to haul them. How much money do we actually really have that can afford to have homes built and hauled to where we need to go? Because now they're talking about cluster site. How many people want to have cluster site? How many people have land that still can get these homes? And I know you guys have programs, and I'm proud of you guys winning 7 of those 10. And there's grants out there where we can own our homes. But the land issue is another issue. So if you could explain how we can, tribal members that own land and tribal people that want to rent homes from you, how can they go forward now without having to use the discrimination of addictions that the people we're prone to in our reservation? They call us a hub reservation. You know why? Because there's a bunch of fire patrols. I seen a drone flying around too, so we're targeted. But we need to live in a home so they can't be spying on us so much. Can you answer those? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for those questions and concerns. Some of those I can't speak on because it's an individual tenant basis, and there are federal regulations to follow with that. But there are guidelines because we do receive federal resources, so there's attachments and conditions that with that. The first process is always to do a background on somebody. Yes, we know that there's a disconnect and there's a gap there, and we are working on that, on aligning structure and resources to provide housing. We're not here to label anybody or to shame anybody. That's through the courts. That happens through the courts. We're not part of that function. But we just come back with whatever the federal background comes by is what we can provide. I wish we could cure every situation. As far as the question is on stabilizing and completing the new construction homes in Mount Hollow, it's unfortunate that we had to halt construction have construction come to a halt when a contractor bailed out on us. And I'm going to speak the truth on this. And that's all I'm gonna say on that, is that it's unfortunate that we, this is a process that we gotta overcome as well in developing the process where our subcontractors cannot cash flow these big projects. And we've known that. So now it's time to put in a new process and a new structure. Our board has approved that. We'll be working with the different commissions on that process so that we don't see these losses and reap these losses anymore. We're trying to recover them. Unfortunately, that's the reality, but we do have Plan B and Plan C to see that through the spring here and complete that to put in families. We do have a list of about 50 tribal members that are eligible and pre-approved for homeownership homes. Yeah, we already have 5 people eligible for that waiting list right now that will be approved to get going. But again, when we talk about recovery and losses, we're gonna have to be honest with ourselves. And what we approve, what we allow, and there's a lot of losses. I mean, we put our neck on the lines at a lot of risk as a housing authority. We act about 10 different functions, and we need to spread that risk out a little bit. And what I mean by that is we're the owner, we're the operator, we're the administrator, we're the compliance, we're the inspection. There's a process to all of that, and we're going to be realigning our restructuring so that we don't have these kind of losses anymore moving forward, and that we can see these projects through in a timely manner and work with our commissions, our different commissions through our TARO and our tax programs. Thank you.
Not fulfilling your contracts, so you took a loss. Okay, we had a contract with you for 4 units. We took a loss of $7,000 because we bought all the equipment. You guys failed to let us fulfill our contract. And now I'm down $8,000 because of that. I'm out of business now, I sold my business. Contract was supposed to have been done in March of 2019. I asked you guys and asked you guys and asked you guys. I got to run around. You never did get to finish our contract. And none of you guys would talk to me. And I never ever wanted to come into this place to do this. But you blame the contractors. Now what about you guys blaming us guys? Because see, now my books can never be closed because I still have an outstanding balance with you guys for $9,000. I have to threaten to take you guys to court to pass through invoices. And then you just completely cut me off. Had nothing to do with me after that. I asked for, the only one that had duck cleaning around here. Used to go in and do, they had enough houses, we'd go do the duck cleaning. They would never call us, they would never renew the 2-year contract we had with them, the duck cleaning. So I mean, what about, it kind of gets me upset because we put out a lot of money, that was our own money that we bought all this equipment for you guys because you gave us a contract and never fulfilled it.
Some of the homes that we had a contract with you on, last year's budgeted, we had a loss of about $300,000 of our community needs portion that goes into renovations. And when you look, that big of a blow of loss of $300,000, we couldn't complete as many homes as we wanted to. As far as any of that loss, we can fulfill that obligation with you. And as soon as I'm done here, we can settle it, we can talk outside and come to terms on
But
that.
you're talking to you many times. You guys won't do it. Nobody, I mean, that's just it. You won't talk with me privately, now I got you here, I'm not talking with you privately. We're not business. Majority of our business did come from the housing. We had service calls. We were always thinking Phil Inc. slack up. You guys had Phil Inc. doing jobs jobs and then they would burn it so bad, you'd call us in and we would fix it. We're always the last person to come in. And I told my husband, I said, no more. I said, we're gonna go through because you guys call fuel leak, they can't fix it, then you call us. And then we have to put together what they tore apart. And that's happened more than once. And you guys pay them $75 an hour to go up there every day to fix the same problem. My husband went up there an hour and a half and fixed the problem in 1 day compared to 3 weeks at what they did. And I don't know why you guys just stopped calling us guys, period. You promised you would take that contract because part of the cleaning up that house is we do the ductwork too. And we always told you when it had bad ductwork, when there was issues, we cleaned your furnaces, everything.
I'm not saying that the quality of work wasn't there. We just had to follow the budget that we had a tremendous blow to from last year's budget. And there's certain things we can do, certain things we cannot do.
Yeah, but you had a contract signed with us for $29,000. So that money should have been set aside to do that contract.
I came into that contract. That was already in play before me, before I got through there. No, actually, okay. I don't want to take up all of this time. I can resolve
Eric,
this.
You have another question on,
Yeah.
from the community? They hung up? Okay. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time and your report coming in this afternoon. I'm going to call on finally John Cloud. Thanks for waiting.
It's an honor to come up here and visit and give you a little short report on our activities. You know, the Lake Traverse Utilities, they focus on the core principles of all the community water and sewer systems. We also protect and promote the most important sources. That's the water and sewer, especially the water. Water and sewer systems play a key role in maintaining the public health. Normally at this time of year, we will be looking forward to attend conferences and seminars to train my staff and the young people that's working with the Lake Traverse Utilities. But everything's been canceled because of this virus that's going around. It is important that we attend these workshops because not only does all the utility staff get to attend these seminars and workshops, but they also will be updated on newer equipment that is available. They also get the chance to become certified operators and keep updated on the changes of water and sewer test collections policies. A different type of test called collected are pesticide, insecticide, lead, copper, and arsenic. We do that just about every month in all the communities except the rural areas. We don't do those. Real water does that. The current state of response in the COVID-19 virus means that water and wastewater personnel must commit themselves as first responders for the protection of the public health. The undisrupted continuation of water and wastewater services within all communities is vital. Water operators are the first line of defense in public health. They deliver safe, plentiful drinking water to all our members on this reservation. And being a water operator is a very meaningful career choice, as we make a huge positive difference in the health of our communities. Technical operations are handled by all the operators, who are probably the most important person in the overall operation of all tribal systems. I usually take my office staff with me out there when we're working in any of the systems. That way, if there's a call of concern and they call the office staff, they know how to answer. They know what their concern is about, and they can kind of walk you through the problem over the phone, or if they come to the office. The operator provides on the most valuable services to all members. They work in vital jobs that we cannot do without a tremendous amount of knowledge and fortune. They keep us supplied with necessary of life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Water keeps us alive and is delivered or treated to protect our health as well as the environment. It is important for everyone to understand how, as leaders, we need to support and equip operators with the skills and financial resources to do the job and help operators keep the community systems running well. The tribe needs to have certified operators and trained operators. Operators run the equipment and control the process that cleans clear water. They maintain and repair pipes, valves, pumps, controls, engine, generators, and other equipment used to produce the water. And also sample and test water in various points in the distribution areas in each community to ensure the treatment processes are working correctly to maintain water quality. We also assist in private homes in all the rural areas. At that time, we did the report on Red Iron housing. We built a booster station there, so their pressure would be up. Otherwise, the pressure was only like about 34 pounds. You got to have a minimum of 40 and a maximum of 50. Now we're about 50 now. Everybody has good water pressure up there, and and so is Long Hollow. We built one up there, up on the side hill, and then Long Hollow people, they have a lot of good pressure too. Some places it's a little bit too much, so we have a mechanism we call the PRV valve. It's a pressure relief valve that we installed in the house. So the pressure would be dropped from 100 pounds to 50 pounds. 100 pounds will blow your hot water heaters right out the top of them, which we discovered the last few years. And also we built one over in Beaver Flats. The tower came down and we built a booster station. The reason why we took those standpipes down is because they kept freezing up in the wintertime. And when they do that, then you know we don't have that volume. So if something happens, you know, if there's a water break, they'd run out of water right away. Now we got storages on those areas, and then we boost the pressure up. So they, even if the booster station, the electricity happens to drop, quit, you'll still get water. It's still flowing at a good pressure. Beaver Flats, Finley Heights, We've done that intimate swim. We fixed them all. And for our lift stations, to get the sewer away from some of the communities, we also renovated intimate Veblen Flats. Veblen Flats was built way back in the early 70s, and everything was falling apart in there. The operators and I just hated to open those doors, because if you open the door, something fell out. You know, it was so rusty and dirty and rotten in there. But we got everything fixed up. Everything's brand new, and we got some better pumps in there. Before they had pumps in there, they just pumped the sludge out of there, and that was it. But if there was something else that went down in there, heavy and a little hard, then it would stick. The pump would get stuck. And then at the middle of the night, they'll call us because the sewer is backing up in some of the homes. So we go up there. But now, their pumps are called grinder pumps, and they grind everything right up. And just, there's nothing left to it. It's just like gravy. And same way with Veblen Flat, not Veblen Flat, Barker Hill. We renovated that one also. And although that was a new station, but the pumps weren't that good. That's why we put better pumps in them. So, and same way with Little Crow. I don't think anybody is familiar with Little Crow too much, but that's got the housing just right across the road from the tree line that runs behind my shop, all the way down. That place there, we call that Little Crow. Well, the next thing that we have to kind of work on next is Dakota Magic Apartments. They have a lift station up there too. And we're going to have to work on that. Work with the housing on that, so maybe we can get that renovated and upgraded too. It will happen, but it just takes time. Anything else? Anybody has any questions?
Hey, members of council and executives, any questions for John? Any community members out there that have any questions for John for his report? There's one coming in, John.
Hello, John. I guess we could call you Johnny Checks the Rivers, nah? Nah, just kidding. Say, John, can you explain a little bit about how that rural water system works from West River? And can you truthfully tell the people that we're really honestly getting good water? Because I heard some horror stories about those tanks that we're getting the water from. Animals falling in there, snakes falling in there, rats falling in there. I'm kind of scared, man. But you're the one that represents us. And then do you guys help work with churches? Because I'm a trustee at Goodwill. We got some, you rent out your equipment, I guess. That's all boiled down to. I know you have a backhoe. We'd like to take on a chimney that's about ready to fall over. If it falls on our tank, we're going to have some issues. And then also over there on the church grounds, we have some wells that are kind of open. I used to drill wells with Kenny Bursham on the res, so I know there's a lot of wells out there. And do you help cap them for water, you know, because we don't want to get contaminated underground water, and those wells are vulnerable to that. So, thank you. Keep up the good work.
For your information, the water doesn't come from the river. The water that's up and along all the area comes from the well. By Bismarck, Britain, it comes from the wells up there. And they test the water, and when it gets over in our communities, then we test it again. So it gets tested twice before it actually goes into a home that's in housing. And we have the reports. If anybody wants to see the reports, the water reports, you know, of what we do every month, they're available. You just have to go in our office and ask Sherilyn, and Sherilyn will show them to you, and then that's it. And you'll verify that all the test results are been certified for that month. Anything else?
Thanks, John. And also, too, you continue to submit your monthly reports, and I
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota. It is 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Right now, I'm going to call on Richard White, Tribal Roads. Is he out there? If not, Breon's ready to go. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he's attending a funeral, so he's excused right now. Breon and Cliff Eberhardt right after that for transportation.
Good afternoon, relatives. I'm Breon Lake, I'm the facilities manager. And over this last year, I've been kind of doing some, trying to implement some systems here in the facilities department. Our mission and our core values of the staff of facilities maintenance and the building manager, Jerome Renville Sr., and our office manager, Carrie Hisgen, strive to provide responsible stewardship for the long-term preservation and growth of the Siston, Wahpeton, Oyate's physical assets while working to ensure safe, welcoming, and high-quality environment for our staff and visitors in support of the operations of the tribe. Our core values are pride, professionalism, respect, integrity, dedication, and excellence. We will act with professionalism at all times and being approachable, supportive, and accountable. We will take responsibility for the quality of completion of our work, accept personal responsibilities of our actions, and strive to solve the problems. We will show respect for ourselves and others by showing compassion and empathy, respecting each experience for what it is while practicing civility at all times. We will act with integrity by being honest, trustworthy, and doing the right thing. We will serve the Oyate by acting as stewards of the environment, ensuring that all physical assets are turned over to the next generation with increased value. Our work will be done with the goal of excellence. We will be developing unified facilities and safety service with the EMS that is tribal member focused and strives to become the benchmarks that others will want to model. Facilities is tasked with leases for the buildings and other programs. We periodically inspect the buildings to ensure that buildings are being maintained and cleaned in an acceptable manner. We have in place a work order for any problems that arise in between inspections. It is a way to track the corrective actions for maintenance, custodial, and infrastructure deficiencies until the underlying problem is completely addressed. 2020 has proved to be a trying year for us. COVID-19 has been very active in our community. And I want to thank the tribal leadership for procuring the guns for facilities and admin building staff for the work in cleaning the admin building and the other facilities. Cleaning some spaces several times a day and even coming in on weekends. The building manager, Jerome Renville Sr. and I are often called in many times in the middle of the night to fix problems that occur in the building. We stay till the work is remedied so that normal operations can resume at the beginning of the next business day. This year, we were able to remedy that situation by replacing the crack units on the building. So our being called in the middle of the night has really subsided with that. And we were able to get new tires for our payloader that do the brunt of the snow removal here out here. We also repaired our snow pusher bucket. It was wore down over the last few snow seasons and was finally able to get maintenance done on that. And we also got a new V-plow for our work truck. In the beginning of this pandemic, facilities and the building maintenance staff kind of started with were the precursors to the DARE team in receiving all the goods and getting them dispersed to the community while the DARE program was being built. We also have helped law enforcement and emergency management and help as needed. And if you look around a lot of our tribal entities, we have built the sneeze guards in place to help stop the spread of COVID. In our report, the only unmet needs that we have are, well, in the service of the DARE program, we lost one of our trucks. And in the very beginning, the transfer case and transmission went out of another one. And that, so we just need to try and get 2 trucks back to replace the ones that we have. Any other questions?
Members of council or executives, you have any council or concerns or questions? I just want to say, Brianna, you're called for many places and stuff, and at all hours. And also, too, I appreciate you helping out our for-profit business. And as you're a certified driver,
yes,
as a lot of them were affected by COVID-19, and you stepped in, helped that out. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. Going on to our agenda, because I'm going to give the vice chairman a heads up. He's going to be coming up pretty soon on deck. Cliff Eberhardt. She's right on time too. He must have been really listening out there on TV. I can see that big smile. So whenever you're ready, go ahead, Cliff.
Good afternoon, council and general public. I appreciate the time today given to the Department of Transportation to talk a little bit about some projects and the program. So our SWO-DOT mission statement is to manage a safe and sustainable transportation system for our traveling Oyate and general public, putting safety first in all transportation-related projects. I'd first like to say the 2020 budget and project information is listed in the booklet. I will talk about these projects and the SWO-DOT, which operates under the Tribal Transportation Program federal funding and the Federal Transit Administration funding, and is a tribal chairman program. Also under the direction of Chapter 77, Transportation Code of the System Wapen-Oyate, adopted on July 27, 2016. So moving forward, the SWO-DOT was awarded 2 tribal transportation safety grants in 2020. One is for the Teoscazina Tribal School Pathway Project. This project will be used to build a pathway to see the children safely across the parking lot, and adding a crosswalk at the intersection of BIA Highway. We've also built into the project a safety gate which will be installed to keep the cars from getting into the school bus loading and unloading area. We had consulted with the education department for their ideas on some of the design for this project. This project has been approved by Tribal Council, and the federal TTP budget started. Design phase of the project, KLJ Engineering has completed their survey and moving forward with design. We're hopeful to be completing this construction in the 2021 season. The Lake Traverse road safety audits. This project will assemble a team of transportation officials from in and around South Dakota. The team will come on to the Lake Traverse Reservation and take a detailed look at some of our key intersections and major crash sites. These sites were previously picked out in a survey that we had done in 2014 by the Wyoming Local Transportation Assistance Program. Once the team has completed the audit findings, we will then be able to make the recommended changes to add transportation to these locations. So the completed TTP safety projects we did in 2019, we were awarded 2. That was the reservation-wide rumble strip and safety project. We contracted KLJ Consulting to do the construction plans and specs estimates for the project. Once completed and approved by BIA Regional Office, we advertised for a contractor, which Traffic Solutions did the project. We added blinking lighted stop signs and rumble stop bars, 15 key locations, and these were determined by that same survey that we did in 2014. And we installed edge-line rumble strips on 3 BIA routes, BIA 3, 5, and 8. The safety plan update project, the DOT was awarded the grant to update our safety plan for the SWODOT, which is submitted to DOT and the federal government. We had reached out to the transportation officials on the reservations, townships, counties, and the state, which they all had an input in the plan to make this a very successful plan, which we submitted federally. The TTP safety projects that we submitted for 2021 funding, we did a grant proposal for the rectangular rapid flashing beacons to be installed at 3 locations in the Agency Village area on BIA Route 7, BIA 11 culvert replacement project. This project would be used to replace 2 culverts on BIA 11. Very bad culverts, very dangerous culverts that we've been working on. Long Hollow Housing Pathway Project. This project will link the old housing neighborhood to the new playground equipment and the new housing project on the opposite side of BIA Route 8. And crosswalk beacons and crosswalk installed there also. Centerline rumble strips, we'll be putting some centerline rumble strips and adding on 3 BIA routes, probably 4, with Route 7 being one of them. And adding to the LED flashing stop signs in some more key locations. Very effective transportation safety measures that we were able to install. The South Dakota TAP program, that's the Transportation Alternatives Program proposal we did to South Dakota for a pathway 0.7 miles long from the Siston housing neighborhood connecting to the new sidewalks at Highway 10. If funded, we'll be installing a 8-foot wide concrete pathway which will create separation between pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic for safety. So we'll move forward to some of the construction projects. The Barker Hill project, sewer and water has been completed. Sidewalks will be completed as the houses are being built. Curb and gutters installed, asphalt's been installed, 95% of the gravel has been hauled to the site. We just signed off on the lagoon project portion of the project. It's a very good project. Really looks nice out there for a sewer lagoon. The BIA Route 2 Big Coulee Road project. This project was able to get started this year. We milled it up in 2019. Procurement for contracting process we completed for the asphalt. That'll be funded at $1.9 million, and this will be completed in 2021. The gravel for this project and Barker Hill is supplied by the tribe's gravel crushing program within the SWDOT. This project will get started in the early months of 2021 construction season, and this is also funded by the TTP federal funding. Transportation planning to include, we will be updating the tribal transportation improvement plan. The long-range transportation plan, we just completed that project. That's been submitted federally with great rapport. That they really thought we had a real good comprehensive plan, and it's supported by tribal council resolution. Also, the federal reporting requirements, we're actually working on the biannual keychain reporting. It's pretty entailed. Inventory updates we'll be doing this year, and of course, abiding by all the requirements of the federal TTP transportation funding. We talked about the gravel crushing program a little bit, but the SWDOT has been awarded, the grant from the DEMD, Division of Energy and Minerals Development. This grant will be able to hire a consultant to do a marketing and feasibility study for our program, possibly getting us a little more competitive for our gravel crushing and sand and rock production process. So looking forward to BIA 711, that's the loop road here through the administration building and the fitness center. We're looking to have that design. We just got started on the design, so we're hoping for a construction in 2021 season. We'll see how the design goes. They're all real lengthy federal processes. So, BI-11 Barse Trail, there are 2 culverts in bad condition, of course. We talked about that, and the safety hazard on this route. The engineering surveys have been completed with our contracted engineer. We still have to acquire right-of-way along the entire route, so this project will be replacing or placing gravel, not replacing, because there really isn't much on the road. But we will be graveling this road, 6.2 mile road. The SWST Community Transit Program is also a component of the SWDOT. This program operates under the 5-year operating agreement between the SWO and Assisting Community Transit. The tribal side of the transit program operates 2 wheelchair accessible vans, power wheel lift chairs. 2020 ride statistics, we gave 4,821 rides given out. The SWDOT has been awarded a grant from the Federal Transit Administration in 2019. The transit program will be purchasing 2 more buses and adding almost 7 districts of the Lake Traverse Reservation to the service area. And we've been working with the community transit in town, getting prices down for rides, which is a very affordable ride. If you need a ride from anywhere on the reservation, any 7 districts, just give them a call and they'll come and pick you up. So we've been working on relationships with other transportation entities within the Lake Traverse Reservation, such as the state of South Dakota, the counties, townships. Also, we received input from these partners to our TTP safety plan and long-range transportation plan to help these documents be more successful. The SWDOT staff is dedicated to making the TTP federal construction funding and Federal Transit Administration funded transit program work for the system Wampanoyate with the help and support of tribal council and executives. I will say the SWODOT will continue to find strategic ways to get every penny out of the federal transportation funding to be able to complete more projects, give more transit ride connections, employ more tribal members, and make our BIA and travel routes safer for all tribal members. Tony Heminger and myself have our contact information in the booklet, so if you want, you can call us. We'd certainly entertain any questions and answer anything that we could, in as far as transportation goes. I'd like to thank Tribal Council and executives for their continued support of the SWODOT and for the opportunity to share this information today. Thank you.
Members of council and executives, do you have any questions, concerns, or comments? If not, I'm going to ask if any of the membership out there that are listening, if they have any questions for Cliff Everhart. Yeah, Gapta?
I have one question regarding our bus routes. Where are we at on that listing where we can upgrade some of the bus routes? Because I know in my district we have our roads are not passable at times in the spring, and our buses, or during the school seasons, and our buses have a hard time getting through there. So where are we with the bus routes in those crucial areas?
Yes, school bus routes or
Yeah,
transit?
the school bus routes.
Oh yeah. That is actually why we're working on BIA 11. I think that might be the road that you're talking about. That is. We're hoping to get funded by the safety program of the TTB funding for that project. We'll be able to, like I say, replace those 2 culverts and re-gravel that road, plus the BIA road too. That'll be finished next year with all new asphalt, rumble strips, everything on that. All the safety that we can build into that project will be there. The bus routes, we're always looking at the bus routes. I have copies of the bus routes from the tribal education department, and those routes do pop out in any grant opportunities. We're dealing with other entities too. The county roads and the township roads. So all I can do is point fingers at them and visit with them, but those are ongoing conversations. They started when I first started working here, and they're still going. We're making headway on some of them. Not all of them, but we are working on it. So.
And they're part of your long-term plan.
Oh, yes, they are. They're in the long-range transportation plan. Every one of them. Maps, they're all included. So. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? There we go. Here's a trivia question for you, Cliff. How many miles of tribal roads are there? What's the total miles of tribal roads?
How many miles of tribal roads? In the federal system, there's 5. That's what the feds recognize at this point. BIA routes, there's 98 miles of BIA route on the Lake Traverse Reservation, and we've only been able to estimate the tribal roads, which that's what I talked about in my report, was the inventory update that we're going to be doing. So there's a lot of cluster site roads that are owned by certain families and stuff. That we're gonna do what we can to get those entered into the federal system. So, but I'm guessing a good estimate, right around 350 to 400 miles. And that's what tribal roads takes care of. See, so when there's snow, they're a pretty busy bunch of guys. They really are. Very dedicated to what they do.
Is that counting long driveways too?
That counts, yes, that counts driveways, cluster site roads that get to the driveways, the driveway from, say, County Road 28 to your house. We've only been able to get estimates, but, I would say right around that 350 to 400 miles for those roads. So when they don't get to you that day, they're working towards you. They're not sitting around waiting. They're working towards you to get to you. Thank you.
Any more questions out there? Our trivia questions. Francis, how many sand pits out there? How many sand pits do we have out there?
We have 9. What's that? We have 9 pits out there? 9 pits. They're actually utilizing 3 at the time.
I know the leadership, Francis, and we were talking about too. It'd be good down the road to invest in our own.
So, like, the time that it takes with the equipment that the tribe owns to screen gravel, it's astronomical. The equipment we have is way outdated. So, as we generate money for using the gravel, we put that back into the program to have more gravel crushed. And we're looking at, possibly crushing up some more gravel this year. Of course, we're always looking at crushing gravel for our future projects.
Mhm.
That's the piles that we see up there, they're designated for certain BIA projects. So, but, when you put a pile of gravel up, 20,000 ton pile of gravel up, and then, every tribal member wants gravel. They all want gravel for their road. But we do need to be accountable for that. So sooner or later, we're going to run down, there's going to be 1,000 ton left of gravel, and we still have 20 tribal members that want gravel, that they're going to say, Cliff, what did you do with all that? Well, if I have a little bit of an application process, then I can be accountable for that, and this is where it went, type of thing. And that's basically all we're really doing. We are trying to recoup some cost to the program. So there is a little bit of a cost to the gravel. But,
Yes.
But it is good gravel, and we are doing what we can to get out to everybody. So.
Francis?
Ready. Mr. Chairman, Cliff, I think what we were kind of getting at was, utilizing our own natural resources here on the reservation. And I think that's kind of what you started at the Owl Lake gravel pit.
Yeah.
So, and, we have 9 other pits across the reservation. And there's always projects going on in our area, whether they're federal, tribal, and that's places that we could be selling our spec gravel to. And I think that's kind of what we're getting at, where we needed, if we got to get more screeners, rock washers, and rock crushers.
Yeah.
What did it cost last time? About a little over 300-some thousand to crush those rocks. What we have for what we have right now. So I mean that's something that we can turn around and utilize through that same office that you set out of Lakewood. Remember they offer financing opportunities there as well too.
Right.
I mean I think that's something that we need to look at for the future is taking advantage of our natural resources.
In the survey that we had done, the first grant that I had gotten, it was over $300,000 funded that. We were able to get a geologist, a rock guy, came on to the res. He actually found out that we're sitting on millions and millions of tons of gravel that just need to be crushed and mined into the gravel that we can put on our roads.
So that Cliff, did these COVID projects, did they purchase gravel from you?
Yes. J&J Earthworks, through the works. We'll be invoicing them for all the gravel. Yep, yeah, that's what I told them guys. We have gravel, we have the rock, and you should be buying from us. J&J Earthworks have no issues with buying that. So yeah.
They use it for the daycare, right?
For the daycare, for the pantry, and for the COVID facility over by IHS, it was all our gravel that we supplied to that. So yeah.
Thanks, Cliff.
Thank you. Thank you for
I appreciate
your time
it.
today.
Thanks for your time, and if you don't, happy holidays. Before I turn it over, go ahead. I got coming in the last of mine because Terry Larson's been detailed to another part over here for the COVID. So I'm going to ask Del Rey for his report, and I'm going to go right into the vice chairman's report. And also 2 members of the council and executives and those that are listening out there at 2:40 p.m. today for the CHR. Leah's going to be presenting that tomorrow for the agenda. So I'm going to at 2:40. So we'll just cut that out there, and that's going to be the vice chairman's report. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Del Rey.
Oh, Tancho, council. I want to thank the Oyate for the opportunity to continue to serve as your Taro director. This year has been a very good year in spite of this virus as far as putting people to work and people staying safe on the different sites and projects we've been on. We have not had any tribal members contract this virus while working on these project sites, even though there have been some close calls, but those individuals had come from the outside and brought that virus with them and ended up getting sick and then being sent home. But none of our tribal members were contracted or infected on these projects, which was a very big concern in the beginning, that outsiders would be bringing this virus here to the reservation. And the good thing is that all of the contractors working here on the Lake Traverse Reservation have a very strict COVID protocol that they have to go through before they can come here. Everybody gets tested, everybody goes through the daily checks of temperatures, and they monitor their staff, their employees for their wellness. And if they are sick, they are immediately quarantined in their room until they can be tested. And then from there, if they come back positive, then they're sent back home to where they come from. So that has been a very good thing. I know that was a very big concern in the beginning on allowing outsiders to come to the reservation with these projects. And it is still going to be an ongoing matter as we go into 2021. But because of the protocols that these contractors have in place for their own safety and for the safety of all the people they work with, our employees, our tribal members on these projects are kept safe. So with that, I'll go into my report, and I want to say a big thank you to the Oyate for this opportunity to be the Taro director for the number of years I've been here. We've had great success in a number of the training programs that we have going on with the Taro office that have led to us having a strong tribal roads program. All of the drivers there that have their CDLs have gotten those through the Taro office. The majority of the bus drivers driving in any of our schools have their CDL license because of the Taro office and the training that we've done. And this year has been a very hard year for young people that wanted their CDLs but could not get it because we did not do a CDL training this year or any other type of training because we did not want to take the chance of getting people together in a closed classroom and have them sit together for hours on end going through this training, because it is an intense training and there are many hours in the classroom before you actually get out and get outside to the vehicles and do that type of work. So we're hoping that as everybody either chooses or chooses not to be inoculated with this vaccine, that we can get back in the classroom with the proper vaccinations and people wearing masks and taking care of their own personal sanitation and hygiene. We can get back in the classroom and provide training that is so vital to the total economy of the Lake Traverse Reservation, the Sistema Optimiate. One of the key points in demonstrating the importance of Indian preference law that the Sistema Optimiate adopted in 1986 is the fact that this year alone, we had 198 individuals come through the Taro office and make application. Of those 198 individuals, we had 114 of those actually get hired and placed on the job and earned an estimated $2.2 million, which is direct benefit to our tribal member families that isn't coming out of the pocket of the Oyate. These dollars are coming either through the federal government, the state, or private jobs that are taking place on the Lake Traverse Reservation. And so with the benefit of having tribal employment rights law in place, we are able to place tribal members on these jobs and make sure that they are protected while they're in the workplace. One of the other things that I would like to point out and highlight is the fact that the Sistema Optimiate, as a tribal government, has a great opportunity with all of its vast resources to be a very strong economic success in the northeast corner of South Dakota, and which we are. We currently employ, the last numbers, which were a few years back, was 1,900 people, direct employment through the different entities of the tribe. All of the different small businesses. We have, at this time, we have 39 small businesses that are Taro certified. That means they're Indian preference certified small businesses that are tribal member owned businesses operating on and around the Lake Traverse Reservation. These individuals, both as employees and small business owners, are part of that foundation, along with the Sistema Optimiate, of our economic success as a tribal people, as a tribal nation, and as an economic powerhouse in the northeast corner of South Dakota. I had an individual just a couple weeks ago stop me and thank me for the Sistema Optimiate sharing their business with the community assistant. The individual knows I serve on the city council, and they said, I'm thankful that we have a tribal member on city council. I'm thankful that we have the Sistema Optimiate here in the Siston area because our businesses couldn't survive without you. And he quoted a number to me that I didn't give to him, and I was surprised that he was pretty close to probably what we do operate on. We operate on approximately $200 million a year that we spend for goods and services in this northeast corner of South Dakota. Whether that is directly with these small businesses or outside of here, that's what we bring to the table. That is what we contribute to this economy. And that's just what we spend. That doesn't take into account I think it's about 48 or 50 million in earned wages that we contribute to this economy and to the surrounding economies that are around us, Watertown, Fargo, Aberdeen, wherever you choose to do your shopping. And so we, as a Sistema Optimiate, I'm so thankful that we have a great understanding of our economic strength because we have control of our economic destiny. And through the continued support and help through this law and through creating opportunities for our small businesses, whether it's through the Housing Authority, sending out contracts and putting our contractors and business people to work on their projects, through Cliff's program, Transportation Department, hiring small businesses to do the work that's necessary on the roads and sidewalks in our area, whether it's through our own procurement, hiring our own small businesses to provide goods and services. We are doing that for our own people, which is a big economic success for all of us. Those are the highlights for the Taro office this year. We have several ongoing projects, the COVID facility, the daycare facility, the expansion on our food pantry, and we finished up the third phase of the Interstate I-29 project for this northeast corner of South Dakota. This next year, 2021, we will finish the fourth and final phase of the I-29 project, and that has been a big benefit to the northeast corner of South Dakota. That's been a big benefit to our tribal member families. Last year, I believe we had about 14 individuals working on the job, and we will need at least that many, 14 or 20 individuals for this year working on that job, both as equipment operators, fabric handlers. What else is out there? Well, that's pretty much it. Operators, truck drivers, and fabric handlers for that cement work, and finishers. But that is a big opportunity for us. The contractor that has that is Michael's Construction, Michael's Paving out of Wisconsin. They had the first phase of the project 3 years ago. They were a very good company to work with. They did a great job in hiring and making sure that the subcontractors that they hired did their job to hire tribal members. They utilized our local businesses for their fuel services and parts and goods services. And so I'm looking forward to them coming back. I know that they have been working on a deal with the Tribal Realty Office to rent that land behind Dakota Connection, and the tribe is benefiting in that way. So with that, I'd like to just thank the System Optimoyate, the Tribal Council, the Taro Commission, the employees, Bertha, Lisa, and Robert. Because of the commitment of the Taro personnel, the Taro office has provided services to our working families every day that the TOTP has been open. I have such great respect for each of the individuals that works in the Taro office, because not once have they ever questioned when I've asked them to come in. They've all said, I'll be there. And I thank them for their commitment, because they know that our working families need the services that we offer. And I'm very thankful for Bertha, Lisa, and Robert for doing that. I'm thankful for the System Optimoyate for giving me the opportunity to be the director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delroy. Any questions, concerns from council? Okay. With that, Delroy, I appreciate all your service that you have done for the SWO throughout the years in your capacity and your staff. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, council.
Okay, before I go into the Vice Chairman's report, can we take a little break? Madam Secretary has the missing and murdered Native Americans on. We want to give our little half on the SWO part with an honor song, and we'll go right back into our agenda. I just want to be from what our perspective from the SWO is on the stats. island. So in this, I'm going to say a short prayer on behalf of the leadership here and send that good energy off to our advocates that continue to advocate from our missing and murdered indigenous relatives. Tengo que Nino Operatano for allowing us to come together and start off with this strong song for our relatives and those singers that sing this song. I ask that you continue to bless those songs and their voices to continue to share that medicine with our community members. I ask that you continue to watch over the leadership, not only from here across Turtle Island, and all the advocates out there that are advocating for the missing and murdered indigenous people. I ask this in a good way, and I ask that you just bring comfort to the family members, especially the ones that are still grieving, been grieving for years, and they're waiting for their loved ones to come home. I ask that you continue to watch over our relatives, especially in this time, especially with this COVID pandemic that are touching a lot of our family members and friends. Through this hard time, I will continue to advocate for this very important cause, and our leadership will predict us, and that we do our part in this meeting, SWO System and Back. And we'll check each other, South Dakota, and throughout the Turtle Island. And I ask this in a good way, exactly what.
And good afternoon. Taking a small break. We'll be right back with the Vice Chairman's report and the Vice Chairman's programs. But taking a short break. Sneaking up on 3 o'clock. It's about 7 minutes to. It's tomorrow we'll be starting at 9 o'clock again for day 2 of the General Council for the winter months. I'll read the names of the winners that won the Dakota Crossing cards if you picked it up already. Kristen Backman, Carrie Roberts, Samantha Pomini, Tamara St. John, Garrett Keoke, Sylvia Blue, Etta Jo Marks, Ron Redday, Michael Crawford, Shania Loney, Bonnie Haynes, Amanda Ayachpia, Kojak Heminger, Alice Shepard, Jay-Z Shepard, Gina Robertson, Clary Spearhill, Jesse Anderson, Will Fish, Aaron Keeble, Rebecca Bearhart, Carissa Robertson, Damian Canat, Yolanda Starr, Doris Lewis, Sharon Armel, Camille Quickbear, Francis Opitz, Ruth Yachpia, Machpia Eastman, Arnold White Jr., Ramona Owen, Ladine Wana, Courage Brown, Karen Williams, Viva Du Bois, Rainey Marks, Ashley Thompson, Carolyn Gina, Chris Feather, Deborah Heminger, Liz Anderson, Maria Dakota, Trisha Matera, Crystal Harwood, Daniel Robertson, Daryl Quinn, Marty Harmon, Carla Sherman, Mike Sierra, Claude Kapeska Jr., Daryl White, Risha Renville, Gabby Tantayushkanska, Minerva Keoke, Corey Budak, Maurice Redday Jr., Elizabeth Hill, Billy Cole, Vivian Gill, David Bird, Louis Quinn, Howard Redday Jr., Veronica Belial, John Two Stars, Mary M. Keeble, Ryler, Brendan Roulard, Adam Heichel, Patrick Adams, Daniel Getty, Melorine Black Thunder, David Bars, Arnold Williams, Marjorie Bissonette, Lana Rencounter, Gabriella Wana, Sherry Marks, The Framboys, Maria Gallardo, Edna Max, Al Thompson, Lena Bernard, Robert Cadet, Tito Gill, Darian Gill, Lita Blacksmith, Lauren Thompson, Tara Greeley, David Genia Sr., Darren Renville, Lenny Peters, Mary Hislaw, Peggy Johnson, Shel Farmer, Galen Renville, Marcus Hayes Roy, Edward Black Thunder. So those are all the names that won. So if you haven't already picked it up, you can pick it up at the chairman's office. And I believe we're getting back into the vice chairman's.
All right, members of council, executives, and those that are listening out there, I'm going to go back into with our reports at 2:56, and I appreciate the little break there for giving the honor to the missing and murdered Native Americans from the tribal secretaries.
KXSW 89.9 FM, Sisseton, South Dakota.
Thank you, Chairman. We're gonna deviate from the agenda a little bit. We're gonna jump to Jerry Upsall's Tribal Veterans Office report. What we're gonna be doing, we're just gonna do the taps of 2020, the veterans that have passed away from January to December in 2020. Gerald M. King, United States Army, born September 6, 1944, passed away January 4th, 2020. Jerry Flute, United States Air Force, April 17th, 1939, February 17th, 2020. Hazel Robertson, U.S. Army, October 4th, 1921, April 14th, 2020. Leslie Barse, United States Marine Corps, August 6th, 1943, April 11th, 2020. Kurt Blue Dog, United States Army, February 25th, 1960, March 12th, 2020. Floyd Hayes, U.S. Navy, March 6th, 1937, May 13th, 2020. Brian Renville, United States Marine Corps, October 17th, 1966, June 5th, 2020. Claude Phillips, U.S. Army, September 22nd, 1936, September 18th, 2017. Date of burial was September 19th, 2020. Troy Upsall, United States Army, April 26, 1961 to September 30th, 2020. Corbin Birch, U.S. Army, March 24th, 1970, October 29th, 2020. Francis Eagle, U.S. Army, February 6th, 1951, November 11th, 2020. Franklin Robertson, United States Army, May 31st, 1943, November 20th, 2020. Ann German, United States Army National Guard, September 20th, 1958, November 22nd, 2020. Joseph Hayes, U.S. Army, March 11th, 1941, December 5th, 2020. Eugene King, United States Army, July 14th, 1941, December 10th, 2020. Alex Heminger, United States Marine Corps, February 28th, 1939 to December 11th, 2020. Right now we'd like to have everybody stand, and we're going to ask the singers to sing a song for these veterans that have passed within this past year. As of right now, I'll go into the COVID report. Those of you that are at home, I know you can't see the numbers or the graphs that we have. I will give this to Tom later, and he can post it on Facebook. The very detailed report is with council. Any members that want to see the detailed report, couldn't print it out because it'd be hundreds of pages long. If you guys look at the report, each one of these line items is what's represented in the resolution that was passed by council for the COVID. And the sheet here that you guys have, it shows how much actual that we spent and the budget. And as you see, there's a couple of line items we're gonna have to do some budget mods because there's assistance that went over what was budgeted, but we would have excess in other budget line items. Our emergency financial assistance program, which is our COVID application program, we're over by 1% on that, so it's not too drastic. The food distribution program was helped at the beginning when it helped the whole on-reservation households when they got their food weekly and bi-weekly. We're over about 5%. But as you see, that some of these under what they were budgeted for, such as what do you got? Pretty close on the payroll expenses. Emergency housing is 38% only of the what's actual budget. But for those of you that are listening on the broadcast, as of right now, or yesterday at noon, we had, of the $24.6 million, we have expended 16.2. That doesn't mean that what's left is in excess, because we still have projects that are going that are not done getting payments for, such as our COVID housing, the food pantry, the district's COVID plans, the daycare. But there will be a little bit of excess, and we'll know more next week as payments keep coming in. And I like to thank council for, giving me the opportunity. I'm working on this, and it was very not easy, I should say. We got $24.6 million and we had 5 months to spend it. But I want to say good job to you guys too for coming up with the plans to help expend this. And I know we're hoping for an extension, and if that extension happens, hopefully it'll be soon, and any excess you guys will be able to use after January or December 30th. But I did get an update yesterday. I believe it's pretty close to being passing, I think, by Monday. So, again, members that are listening, I emailed out a spreadsheet with all the expenditures. The only thing that's not on there is members' names, because it has the COVID lists on there, but shows all the expenditures, where everything went. And the only thing that's not on there is if the backup, like invoices and stuff like that. If you want to see that, we'd have to get finance. Moving on from that, I just wanted to give thanks to the COVID/DARE team. They don't get enough credit for what they do. We got the COVID application team. It's a daunting task, but I asked the members to bear with them. I know there's certain issues that, you know, that got people frustrated. It wasn't the people that are, you know, handling the applications. It was the guidelines that we had to go by as council and executives to make sure that we didn't have to pay any of this back or get our members in trouble from paying something that we couldn't pay. Council was able to grant a second application. Thanks for that. The people appreciated that. And I also like to thank the DARE team. The ones that you call on that COVID hotline. There's some that, you know, here at 8 o'clock in the morning, don't get home till 10 o'clock at night. It was just, I know it was taking a toll on some of ours workers, and we were able to get other workers to work for that DARE team. I'd just like to name them off. If I forget anybody, I'm sorry. I should have had a list here. But on our application team, I know we had Terry Larson, Gladys Renville, Rhonda Wilson, Mariah Fuentes, Lacey LaFramboise, DARE team, we have Tammy Dakota, Doris Lewis, Dwayne Boyd, Canoe DeRozier. And if anybody sees them or has them on their Facebook, please give them a shout out. They did a very hard job in these last 5 months. We got the money in January. We didn't start expending until August. The applications didn't come out until like September, October. So there's a lot of money that flowed through, and took me about 3 weeks to figure out with finance to how to present this. It's tough to present something that isn't final yet, because we still have a lot of funding that we're trying to spend by December 30th. But if the extension passes, that's something that we can readjust. Also, I'd like to thank Finance for accounts payable and the other finance main office. You got Ladine, Marge, Danita, Cookie, Micah, Jasmine, Rochelle, Jenny, Jackie, and Leanne. These guys put in a lot of work, and there'd be inches thick stacks of paperwork that they'd have to work through every day. I know they don't get enough recognition. Pretty much they just get directives day in and day out. And I'd just like to show my appreciation to them. I know it's been hard on council and tribal members and families. As people can tell, you know, it's getting frustrating, you know, to have general council like this, even missing parts of our council people because of quarantine. I know it's been tough trying to do things by telework, but you know, I'd have to say I'm very proud of the council for bringing it together to get this expended, and you know, having to have some special meetings to get some stuff passed. May have had our ups and downs with some things, but we worked through it. If there's nothing else, I know there are probably some questions from some members. I'm just gonna read off what was in the motion and what shows on this report. Again, I'll give it to Tom, where he can show it on his Facebook or even on the page today. This is just showing you the bar graph, and it doesn't show the exact numbers because like I said, we don't have the exact numbers yet because we're still proceeding with projects and applications. But this is what it went to. It went to our medical treatment facility, emergency financial assistance program, telework, which was the IT for going remote, payroll expenses to help with hazard pay, and their employees. And also I want to give my thanks, I can't forget them, as the very first DARE employees that helped deliver food to the houses on a weekend and week out basis. I know there's like 20 to 30 of them. I can't remember everybody's name, I'm sorry, but I'd like to appreciate my that staff for the hard work that they did. And we have emergency housing, food pantry, public health equipment, food distribution and emergency relief, education stabilization, district's public health, medical equipment, public safety equipment, food distribution equipment, public broadcast, planning and compliance. And then our reserve is just what we expenses that will be excess from anything that was budgeted and didn't cost what was budgeted for. But as of right now, I can take any questions anybody may have. Anything, Tom? No? Oh, and I can't forget the main one, Sonny LeBlanc. he's I want to say again, when we were at the meeting for COVID with the assistant community, when we had it at the church in town, at that time, he was the only COVID driver that we had. That's when it was hardly anybody was being quarantined and stuff like that. And it finally got to a point where I said, let's get people because they're getting burnt out. But he was so dedicated to this job and helping the people, it surpassed any expectation I ever had of him. He actually was away from his family for about 2 weeks because they had to quarantine. So he was away from his family and he was putting in hours of work. And on top of that, just trying to manage the DARE team. But I want to say thanks to Sonny for all the work that he has done. Anything, Tom? Okay.
Hello, Eddie. Thank you for the hard work you were elected into position. I know it was overwhelming for you and your staff and your COVID crew that's been out there helping you. That's awesome. You guys did a good job. I walked in that rotunda many times, see stacks of food in there. It was good to see that you guys got all distributed out. But what I'd like to ask is, are you guys in responsibility of, like helping the first responders, like say for instance, Dakota Crossings? I know there wasn't a mandatory thing at our store at the time, but I think with the realization of what's happening, I think that should be mandatory on all our infrastructure facilities that we have to where people are in and out, especially our casino workers that face the front lines all the time. But is there still something available for them that can be more rest assured to go to work every day be on the front lines and help like IHS, you know? And then is there a priority list for like diabetic myself, the shots that are going to be coming out? Are you guys going to be in that realm also too?
First question with the workers at our for-profits that we mandated masks for. Sounds like, is there any compensation? We as council talked about it, and I believe it was something in the, because they were getting hazard pay when they got their PPP money, and now it's come down to it'd be on them if they could afford it. Am I correct on that? Okay. And if they could afford it, it'd have to come out of, council would allow it to come out of their profits. But they'd have to show that to council and get that approved, because I know the casinos was working on that plan, and that would be the same for for-profits. As for the vaccine and diabetics, I don't know where they're at on the list, but as of right now, the IHS was doing frontline healthcare. I know IHS was, and all their health employees were getting it. The tribal PD. I can't remember offhand, but there was 300, and there's really no list for the second batch that's coming in. But most of it went from PD, IHS Health, I think, the DARE workers that delivering. And I think that was pretty much that took up the 300, because I know our healthcare and our tribal PD, mostly our healthcare was about half of that. But we will keep you updated with on the COVID site to tell you when more vaccines will be available. And the tribe has elected, since the IHS has the health credentials to do the vaccinations, we let them do the, what do you call it, the shots to the people. And this first batch was decided by meetings with IHS and the tribes of South Dakota to go with the healthcare and the police and any first responders that work for the DARE team. But I understand your concern for diabetics. I believe they will be a high on the list. I can't tell you for sure, but we know they are very high at risk, and we will keep you informed on when the next batch comes out and who would be designated for. And the Moderna, I believe, has, for nationwide right now, is 6 million, but should be starting, anybody know when I think it's next week, pushing out next week, I believe. But we will keep you updated on that, on when we're going to get to our high-risk patients, Dave. That it? Okay. All right, thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And on deck with the Vice Chairman's programs. Oh, you're going to come back for more words?
Just wiping it down.
Oh, I thought you forgot something usually do in council. And then, yeah.
Regular council?
Greg Bennett from the Finance Office. Whenever you're ready, you're on. And also, too, after Greg. We got tax office, Brenda. Then we got the tribal court, Chief Judge Ruggieri. Go ahead, Greg, whenever you're ready. Make sure your mic is on and speak clearly and loud because we got listeners online, so.
Okay, I'll try. I'll take this off. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd also like to thank my finance department, as Eddie did. They worked really hard, and they always do, but they've worked especially hard lately during this pandemic. Also, I'd like to congratulate the leadership, managers, and the employees and tribal members for adapting to the challenges of the pandemic. It's been really difficult for everyone, and it's always kind of in the back of everyone's head, like a dark cloud looming. And in my opinion, the tribe and leadership have done an awesome job in adapting and performing and adjusting to the pandemic. So I believe everyone should pat themselves on the back. My report won't be real long. The one thing that we're looking forward to is getting new accounting software. We've been held up a little bit on that due to hardware space. But once that gets addressed, then we'll be able to eliminate our legacy software. The past few times at general councils, I tried to encourage young people, old people, any people to take up accounting and finance, and I'd like to do that again. The tribe needs accountants at every level, but at the tribe, at for-profit businesses, and so I'd like to encourage people to consider that occupation. And if they have any questions, come and talk to my finance staff or Weston and his people at the casinos. Really like to encourage people to get into accounting. The need is there. We're close to completing our audit. I think it'll be out next week. And that will be completed on time now for the past 10 or 11 years, so that's good. Getting the audit done on time is something that not all tribes are able to do, and this tribe has been able to do it. So if you're late, you get put on a special near list, and it's tougher to get grants. So I appreciate my team and finance team and all the program managers working towards getting the audit done on time. It helps the tribe tremendously. I guess I'll open it up to any questions.
Any questions, council? Members of Mr. Vice Chair?
Greg, you want to mention where we're at on the audit?
They're close to finishing it up. We're waiting for attorney letters to see if we're being sued and for how much it'll possibly be. Hopefully it's zero.
Yeah.
And there's a few other loose ends they have to tie up to get all of their working papers. And right now then it'll go to the audit partner, and we're looking at Wednesday as our goal to get it submitted to the federal clearinghouse. So that'll actually be like a week early.
And then just for the members and council, you know, remember we used to have the auditors here giving the audit report at this time. It's just that COVID hit and we asked for an extension, and that's why we didn't have the audit report yet.
Right. We did our the entire audit remotely. We scanned everything to them, did Zoom meetings. They did not come on site at all. They've been working from home themselves. They're based out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and some are in Phoenix, New Mexico. The firm that we're working with does more tribal audits than any other firm in the country. REDW. So it made it take the audit a little bit longer, but in order to keep everyone safe, them safe and us safe, then we did it remotely by phone, meetings, conference calls, scanning information to them.
Francis?
Mr. Chairman, Greg, when is Red W scheduled to come back up to visit with the districts on their audits?
They had some conference calls scheduled with them, I think in November. I'm not sure if those actually were completed or not.
Well, if you remember, they were supposed to come up here, or they were supposed to either come here, or those conference calls were supposed to happen, but due to COVID, I don't think it did happen. Because I know for Lake Traverse, I had questions on our audit, because there were some things in there that they wrote in there that it didn't have no findings in the back, it didn't have any supporting documentation for what they said they found.
Okay. Would you like the contact information for?
I would, yeah. I would, yes. So that way we can find out where we're at as a district as well too.
Okay.
Because I think now.
I'll give you his contact information. You can call him directly.
Because now, are we in the compilation year, or are we in the audit year for the districts as well?
Not all districts are the same, but in general, they had some trouble getting the information they needed in order to complete an audit. So there's certain things that audit prep work that needs to get done. Bank reconciliations, reconcile the trial balance.
But what I'm asking though, Greg, is are we in an audit year or are we in a compilation year?
That I'm not sure. That skipping every other year, I don't really buy into that. I don't think it's a good idea. It's better to just do straight audits. That's just in my opinion.
Greg, and Councilman, I believe it's an audit year. It's just that back in March, we were supposed to have meetings with all of the districts, and then REDW couldn't come because they're going to go over with each district. We did reach out to them, and we'll be scheduling meetings with the districts again. It'll be virtual with however they want to do it. But and then also, so the next administration that's coming in, the software that Greg's trying to get, we did look into seeing if we can get the districts involved with that, so that the compilation year they can do whatever they need to do, but during the audit year, which the tribe pays for, then finance can just pull that information from the districts. Rather, you'll still be in control of your finances. It's just that we won't have to hire anybody to say, we need this, 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 and this. And then if there's any paperwork, finance can just request.
So basically the software, Mr. Vice Chair, would be like a OneDrive system?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Curtis?
So where are we at with the software then? Are we almost close to getting it?
Right now we're waiting. There hasn't been enough room on the hard drive on IT system. It's full. And as you know, they're working on expanding to a different location, adding on. So after that's done, then we could implement. We could start looking at it sooner, and planning for it, which we have done. We've met with people, but it's always been held up from lack of space. And we'd have to run the old system for at least a year along with the new system, so we can go back and finish the audit and look up things. So it takes a lot of space. And with it being nearly full, just wasn't going to happen. Basically roadblocked till Dawn got approval to do her expansion.
If nothing else from council, I appreciate your report. If nothing else from the community. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
As Brenda's coming up, Brenda, you ready? As Brenda's coming up, I want to remind all of the listeners out there, you're listening to KXSW 89.9, the heartbeat of the system of Oyate. The weather is 37 degrees, and that's the chairman's report for the weather.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me okay? Okay. My report is in the book, and the tax office has 4 staff. Myself, I've been there 12 years. Linda Thompson, I think she's been there about 25 years. Mark Keogh has been there about 11 years, and Christina Christensen Goodsell, she's been there about 10 years. And then on our tax commission, we have Councilwoman Lisa Jackson, who's our ex officio. From Big Coulee, we have Gerald Heminger Jr., Buffalo Lake, Lisa Redwing, Enemy Swim, Gabriel Tate Yushkanchan, Veblen, Robert LaFramboy, Lake Traverse, Benjamin Thompson, Long Hollow, Jerry Cook, and Old Agency, Angie Johnson. And I listed our program summaries and responsibilities, which are basically to collect tribal taxes. And we also administer the South Dakota Tribal Tax Agreement, which we are presently working out and amending it to exclude the taxes that are related just to gaming. So things they saw on the gaming floor, entertainment tickets, meals, things like that will no longer have to be sent to the state. And we'll be hopefully meeting with South Dakota the next month or two to work on that amendment. And just for information, we have about 18 different kinds of taxes. So we have a lot of different taxes to administer. We're looking at some of them to increase, like the land tax, and we have decreased the alcohol tax down to 9.5%, which was at 20% to help out the gaming sales. We do have some challenges ahead of us. One is that we're looking for a real estate appraiser to appraise the value of cabins. We get 2% of the value of the cabins for ad valorem tax. So sometimes we need an appraiser for that. That's about all I have, but I also wanted to share some good news with you. And this is good news for the tribe. I just found out in the last hour that a friend of mine, Deb Holland, was selected by President-elect Biden to head the Interior Department. She is a member of the Pueblo of Laguna. She's a friend of mine for years, so happy to see her there.
Great news.
Are there any questions?
If there's any questions, comments from the council or the execs, I'm going to ask if there are any questions from the community.
Hello, thank you for the tax program that you're running. There's a few questions, or one question I would like to ask about as far as the upcoming bills that have changed, as far as marijuana laws and that is there a tax on the hemp already up in North Dakota? I kind of lost my thought there, but there's another tax question I want to ask you, but folks, next year I'll ask you that one. But thank you.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Calling on Judge Rigiri from the tribal courts, and just remind Jerry Upsall was excused for the funeral. Then I'll be ending with the closing remarks. We got the Chief Judge Rigiri, our other associate judge. Thanks for coming up, Judge Rigiri. Whenever you get a chance, you can sanitize. I think they already sanitized before you, so that's what the wipes are right there.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
If you feel comfortable sanitizing, we got the wipes right there. So we're asking everybody to sanitize and make sure your green light is on. We got our community listening live out there on the radio. So make sure you talk loud and clear.
I have a very loud voice.
All right, thank you.
I will do that.
So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chief Judge Gina Rigiri, and I have been with you since August of 2019. And I am so excited that I have two wonderful associates, finally. It took since August of 2019, and we finally brought Judge Tucker Valesky, who's here, to be a wonderful associate one. And then we have Randy Seiler is associate two. I have assigned Judge Tucker Valesky all child protection and juvenile cases. And I did that because they're a little bit more manageable. There's not so much evidence. Judge Valesky is several years out of law school, and he is a city attorney in Huron, South Dakota. He's a civil litigator in Beadle County, and he does a lot of criminal defense work as well. And I thought he'd be great to take over our juvenile cases and our child protection cases, and just give those cases another set of eyes. Myself, I'm extremely busy with child support, all criminal matters, bench trials, jury trials when they happen, and all other civil litigation. Divorce, child support, alimony, custody, grandparent petitions against non-parents. Those things takes up hours of testimony and time, and so I devoted that to me. He's here 4 days a week. Tucker will be here 4 days a month, in addition to his civil practice. Super excited to have Randy Seiler, former United States Attorney for 22 years with the Federal Prosecutor's Office in Pierce, South Dakota. Judge Seiler is an extraordinary human being. He's got so much dedication to Indian country. I met Randy Seiler when I was over at the Crow Creek Sioux Indian Reservation as their tribal prosecutor, and he came to work on our code. And I just found him to be a wonderful human being devoted to Indian country. He's doing conflict cases for me, cases that I feel deserve maybe a judge or a lawyer who's been around 40 years. You know, he was practicing law before I was born. So Judge Seiler is a great asset to this tribe, and he's going to be a great conflict judge. We have a full Supreme Court. So excited for our first enrolled tribal member, Native American, to be on the Supreme Court. It is imperative that our tribal members understand why you have a Supreme Court. Judges are human beings. Judges make mistakes. Judges, they rule a certain way, and anytime a person is aggrieved by a decision by Judge Valesky, Judge Rigiri, Judge Seiler, well, you have a remedy. Appeal it. Take it up to the higher court. If you don't like it, you don't have to just end there, just like in federal court, just like in state court. Our tribe has given our tribal members a remedy. And so if you don't like a decision that I make or any other judge makes, then you follow the rules of a civil appellate procedure in our tribal code, and you can appeal it to a higher court. And we have 3 justices, highly law-trained, 1 enrolled tribal member, who will take a look at that decision and see if I was wrong, see if Judge Seiler was wrong, see if Judge Walewski was wrong, and that's a great thing. And I encourage tribal members to utilize that process in the code. What else? So it's been a tough year with COVID, but it's important to keep, just like law enforcement, you can't close your jail, you can't close your police department, well, you can't close your court. And the tribe, you know, has given me much discretion and authority, and so, as the Constitution says, that I run the court. I have been here every day through the COVID crisis. I work 4 days a week. I only had to quarantine once, thank God. I didn't like that because I want to be here, and I can't do court by phone. I don't like not seeing my witnesses. I don't like not receiving my evidence in my hand. And so I really want to be here every day, and I have been. I'm dedicated to the tribe and to being a really good judge here and making the best possible decisions I can as a lawyer and as a human being. And so we've kept our courts open. Precautionary measures are no jury trials. So people have a constitutional right to a jury trial. They have a constitutional right to a speedy trial. And if they're sitting in jail and they want a jury trial and I can't grant it because of COVID, then I'll give them a bond. Because that's fair, and I'm always fair. That's top priority to me. I've got to be fair. And so if you can't have a jury trial, and I don't want to violate due process, I don't want to violate anyone's rights, then I'm going to give you a bond. I don't care what kind of crime it is, you're going to get a bond. You're not just going to sit in jail and wait for your jury trial, because we're not doing them. So no jury trials. I'll do bench trials, but I'm going to number the number of litigants in the courtroom. So we'll have one side here, and their attorney. So that's 4 people. So we do number the litigants in the courtroom to about 4. Any other witnesses to be sequestered. That means they'll just step out of the courtroom. They can wait in the rotunda or in the waiting room, and we'll call them in one by one. They don't need to sit near me. They don't need to sit near anyone else. The courtroom is huge for just 4 or 5 people, not a group of people. And so we do have, usually they're 8 foot apart in the courtroom, so I really like that, because I don't have people right up in my face, and I'm not in anyone else's face, and I really like the space that we have in the courtroom. So we're doing bench trials. All of our criminal defendants are going to be in the Roberts County Jail or the Day County Jail. Roberts County Jail, they appear through the ITV screen, so again, they're not coming into our courtroom. The Day County Jail, they don't have ITV, so all we can do is by phone. And so I do those bond hearings or pleas by phone. It'd be nice one day to have our litigants in the courtroom when this COVID crisis is over. I'd love to have the criminal defendants, even if they're in, their orange jumpsuit or shackles, just like in state or federal court. I think they have a right to confront the witnesses against them and be in the courtroom. I mean, that's in the Constitution, it's in the Indian Civil Rights Act. So I would like to change that and have our litigants and our criminal defendants in the courtroom, just like federal court, just like state court. This year we transitioned. I mean, it was me coming in August of 19 as chief judge. Karen Gengel transitioned out. Alex Vian transferred in as tribal prosecutor. Alex does all prosecution for the tribe, child protection cases. He does a great job. He works with law enforcement on protecting our children, helping support the testimony and affidavits and of child protection cases and bringing that cases before me, who will now go before Judge Tucker. He's done a great job. He's transitioned in as our new tribal prosecutor. I don't want to be without a tribal public defender. Tribal community is very important to me. We lost our public defender in, February. She was terminated of 2020. I was able to contact a Mindy Werder from Watertown, South Dakota to come forward and be with us for a couple days a week. Unfortunately, we lost our tribal public defender in November, and so Mindy Werder is no longer with us. We had a contract with David Geyer out of Sisseton, South Dakota. David also terminated his contract with the tribe. It is very frustrating to me, and I don't like it. And I really, really want to hire a public defender for our tribal members. They should not be without an attorney in these serious felony cases. They should have representation in tribal court, and if they're charged in state court, then I think there should be something where our public defender is contracted to represent them in state court. In Roberts County, there's a lot going on in Roberts County, and a lot of tribal members are being prosecuted. So we need to, if I had time to go do HR recruiting and go out to the schools and hire a new person, I would. I just, my focus is here every day, but we need to get a public defender quickly for this tribe. And that's the focus for going into January. Gotta have it, absolutely. It's a requirement of the Indian Civil Rights Act, and I don't want to violate rights. What I can do is refer them to Scott Polsky, a licensed attorney out of Dakota Plains Legal Services. And Scott can take cases if I appoint him to represent tribal members. And so that's one thing we can do. They just need to fill out an application, and those will be free legal services. Viva Du Bois is an advocate, and I saw her name come across a few defendants this week. I don't have a problem. She's a great advocate, but again, not licensed. And so it's a requirement under the Tribal Law and Order Act that we have a licensed attorney. Our grants require it. And so I welcome her help. The focus will be on a licensed, I don't care what state it's from. It could be from Oklahoma. But it would just be a licensed attorney for our tribal court. And so that'll be a focus, and I'll do everything in my power to get a public defender for our court. I guess goals for me, what I'd like to do is build a drug court. I know they had one when Judge Jones was here and Judge Swallow. I can work on grants. Now that I have some help from Judge Tucker and Judge Seiler, I'm hoping to work on building a drug court for our tribal court. Maybe coordinate something with Roberts County, but it's the same issues with the same people. And it's over and over again, and they come back. Well, I don't believe in jail for drug addiction. You need treatment, especially a first offense. How are you going to put somebody in jail and not give them an opportunity to get better? So, your chief judge believes strongly in treatment, and if we could get a treatment court going here, an on-site treatment program, an on-site facility, correctional facility, that would be wonderful. That's something that I can work on through the grants process with BIA or DOJ. I don't know if I can make it happen, but I'll try. And so, yeah, that's our court. Budgets are good, money is good. We don't have a problem with our 638 contract. It's the same amount every year. I think Mary had prepared some numbers, but we have 5 different budgets. Fines and costs, BIA, program support, gaming, tax, juvenile justice. That's Sarah, our juvenile probation officer, strictly paid out of that budget. 638 is tribal prosecutor, chief judge, associate 1, and associate 2. So, all in all, court's going well, and we're keeping things moving, and happy to be here. I wanted Tucker to say hi to the tribal community, so Tucker, come on up.
Thank you, Judge Greer. I appreciate that. Appreciate your comments. Hello to the council, members. I'm honored, humbled, and privileged to be here and be able to speak with you today. I didn't prepare your remarks, but I just wanted to briefly tell you a little bit about myself at the request of Judge Aguirre. Originally from here on South Dakota. I have 2 older twin brothers. I have 1 younger sister. I graduated Mitchell High School in 2012. I went to the University of South Dakota and graduated with a degree in history and political science in 2016. After undergrad, I then went on to law school at the University of South Dakota, graduated in 2019. Relatively new to the practice of law, nonetheless, jumped right into it. Been practicing in Huron, staying busy. I do criminal defense work, civil litigation. I'm the city attorney for the city of Huron. And I just want to let you know what an honor it is to now assume the role as the first associate judge. So it's a great opportunity. I appreciate it. It's humbling and it's a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of council, if you have any questions or concern, and execs, if you have any questions, I'm going to give you the floor. Then I'm going to turn it over to our listening audience out there in our community. Go ahead, Francis from Lake Traverse.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I got a question for both judges here. You know, Judge Gina, you talked about the opportunity to work with Randy Seiler as the former U.S. Attorney.
Yep.
And we also have another former U.S. Attorney on staff as well with Marty Jackley. So my question would be is, you know, would it be possible to probably utilize the expertise and their knowledge to help us with the law that was just passed by the voters of South Dakota to legalize medicinal marijuana and to legalize recreational marijuana, to maybe reach out to them or to Mr. Valesky with his knowledge as the city attorney for the city of Huron to see if they can create codes for our tribe.
I think that'd be a wonderful thing. I know Marty Jackley, I don't think he was a federal prosecutor. He was the Attorney General for the state of South Dakota. However, Attorney General Jackley has tons of experience in exactly what you're talking about. And I know Randy has tons of experience with working on codes. He helped Crow Creek Sioux with their code, and now he is part-time in-house counsel for Lower Brule. And so he helped write their code as well. So I think there's a lot of issues in our code, especially our juvenile code. There's so many things that Judge Seiler could help the legal team write or work with judicial on amending our code. He's done it for different tribes. He's a highly talented lawyer, federal prosecutor, and U.S. attorney under President Obama. I don't know why in the world he couldn't help us. I think that would be, Councilman Crawford, I think that's a wonderful idea.
So is that something that, Judge Gina, that you can reach out to? Tucker's obviously here listening.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, is that something you can reach out to them and ask them if they'd be interested?
Absolutely. I can reach out. I've never met Attorney General Jackley. I think he's been here once, but I was not here when he came. I have a working relationship with Randy Seiler because I've worked with him at different tribes. So I definitely feel comfortable just picking up the phone and calling Judge Seiler about that issue. And I know he really loves to get his hands, dirty and working on things in Indian country. And I know he likes to work on codes. So if with that new legislation coming, I think he'd be the perfect individual to work on that. And I have no problem talking with it. In fact, I'll probably see Judge Seiler. He'll be here Monday for an election hearing in these chambers. And so I can talk to him on Monday about that.
I'd appreciate it because, and then the other thing is, for the next administration and council that's coming in, when these codes are presented, I think that they should be written not just to benefit the tribe, but the individual membership as well. If the membership themselves have their own, real estate that's held in trust status, they want to start, farming it themselves for medicinal or medical marijuana, recreational, then that should be the opportunity that they have as well as the tribe does. So just a heads up, I'd like to see the codes written so it's so it helps our membership as well if they want to do it individually. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Francis. Anything else from the council executives or anybody out there and listening on live?
Thank you.
Judge Gary, I think there's a
Thank
question.
you. Bye-bye.
I think there's a question on our membership.
Sure. On the phone?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
I forget your name, and welcome to our reservation for coming aboard, taking care of our courts. I have a situation that I'd like to bring up. My name's Steve. I've been talking mostly on the council floors here, but thank you, Councilman Crawford, for showing that interest and taking it to the next level. I thought I was alone out there talking, but I know there's 100 of us thinking like this, maybe more. But what my concern is what you said on your promise to our Oyate. You said due process. I questioned that. And then you talked about grant, those things where they can get out of jail, bonds. I question that also. And then you mentioned something about no jail, no service. Now, you know we don't have a jail. And this is why I'm going to bring you this situation up against about my brother that had no due process, was not granted a bond, and it was conflict of interest over there because of some BIA workers that had, and family, a couple families out there that have accused my brother of something, but not proven guilty yet. No due process. And then 2 years ago this happened. And now he went to Webster because they don't have a jail. That's where he first got sent. He had a job. He was paying child support, supporting his kids. Tribal policemen were warned about this man doing things out there in the public. That wasn't proven nothing. But he wasn't granted a bond, and he was not given due process. And no jail. Now, he's sitting over there in Falkton, further away from us. My mom drove there every Monday and Wednesday to visit her son. Unfortunately, he was jailed right by the dryer vent in the jail. So they get to wash their own laundry. He accumulated something in his lungs from that jail, which probably should be condemned too, like ours. But you know what? He got granted a furlough to come over here and get his health issues addressed. And guess what happened? Someone seen him and heard about him at my mom's home, and he had to be at home arrest. He couldn't even go outside. He had a monitor on him. But no, the Trevor police were stopping there 3 times a day, checking on him, making sure he was there. Why would he leave? He loved cooking for my mother while he was on his furlough. But you're not on my story because you know why? This is individual. And this is your court that did this to my brother. So I'm asking you to grant him that. Give him that chance to have that bond so he can get out and take care of his health issues. Because you know why? There's 2 growths on his throat, his esophagus, and now he's going to get another furlough. And I hope to God nobody harasses him when he comes back again. So I might have did something wrong by telling you this. But my brother was truthfully denied all civil rights in that tribal court just because of conflict of interest. And one of the BIA directors is one of them. And I'll even give you proof because I have verbal proof to talk about it. But you know what? You need to back up a few steps because you didn't tell the truth all the way because there is loopholes of tribal members being treated like this. So please do something about it. Thank you.
Still on the line, can I ask you when this happened? Did you say 2 years ago or recently? Because I couldn't hear you very well. 3 years ago? Okay. Well, I wasn't here 3 years ago. I just came last year, and so if your brother, and I'm not sure who you're talking about, is in tribal custody, not federal, not state, he can file a motion for reconsideration, and I will look at it. If you say that he was denied his due process, it wasn't me because I wasn't here, but I will certainly look at his case and reassess it. Has he been sentenced by Judge Jones or Judge Swallow already? Oh, okay. Well, that was useless. He wasn't there. He didn't hear anything I said.
Yeah, it was recent because I was I was a probation officer that put him on house arrest.
Oh, so it was somebody for me?
It was me monitoring him every
Maybe I could, I don't know who he's talking about, maybe I could get the name and take another look at it. But what I meant by due process is I just, if people waive the right to counsel, that's fine with me. If they don't want a lawyer, if they want to plead to their DUI charge and get it done with, that's fine. But if they request an attorney and say, hey, I'd like to bond because I want to get a lawyer and get out there and get working, well, I'm not going to deny that. They have a right to go out and hire a lawyer and get working and present their case before me. I was just saying that I want to protect due process of the Indian Civil Rights Act, so that's what I meant.
Thank you, Judge Regery. If anything else, nothing else? Oh, one more, Judge.
Can you hear me? All right, I'll just wait till she gets done talking. Okay, I too have a concern matter with the tribal courts. I'm a enrolled member of the tribe from Old Agency District, and can you hear me? Okay, so I'm an enrolled member of Full Agency District, and I just had a case against you. And what my concern is, so I had a kid with another tribal member from a different federally recognized tribe, and the things that you're telling me is that me and her were a civil matter when we're both federally recognized. And my due process rights, weren't, I never got to do my due process rights too about, being to court and having tribal court making an execution from a county that does not even recognize us federally. And, having these counties come into our reservation, into our district, and take our children. I had to find my own way to protect my daughter by putting a plume on her. But still, how much conflict that creates whenever you have a Washington government making orders, telling them to come into our reservation, and then you do your court order giving them permission to come here, and then we have our identity and our ways of being sovereign, and then you just create this big old mess. So now I'm stuck in this big old mess. There's no mechanism in place that would have brought both of us, both parents to the right court. But still, we're going through them types of things today. But yeah, that was just one of my concerns that I had with the tribal court is that, there's got to be somebody there to help you address these things, whether it's a traditional body or some type of form of government besides this governed body that we have right here. But thank you.
On the line, I'll respond, or did he hang up? Okay, can you hear me?
You can respond, Judge Rickey.
Okay. Well, I kind of didn't really understand the question. I got that there was a state court. He came into my court, and we had a custody hearing when he was denied due process, but he didn't tell me how he was denied due process. I usually let each litigant put on their case. From what I gathered from what he said, I didn't hear it that well, but there was a state court order and a tribal court order. And so sometimes people come to me in tribal court and the case has already been adjudicated or decided in state court. They went, they were living with the child in Cottington County. And if I have a Cottington County court order, then that's where the case stays. That's the law. I can't change the law. I mean, if it's a Cottington County court order and the child and that the state court assumes their jurisdiction. Same thing here. If they come here first and they plead their case in tribal court and then they move to Fargo, North Dakota, it's a tribal court case. It started here. That's the law. It doesn't change. Sometimes they come in and they don't understand that and they think the judge made the wrong decision or the judge was being unfair, not understanding tribal ways. But I have to go by the law. And so I understand where child custody cases begin and end, and I always give full faith and credit to state court orders here. And I ask the state to give our court orders. You have to work with the state. People move around. They move their children. And so I ask that, when people come here and get a tribal court order, I tell them to file it with the state. Get an attorney and get an attorney to file a recognition of a foreign order in state court. So state law enforcement can help you. They can pick up your children. You can't call tribal police when you're, in Colorado or in Denver. I mean, you got to use the law and file your court order where you're going to live. And if it's a tribal court order, you ask the state to give it credit and recognize a foreign order. And I try to work with the state government, and I hope that they work with our tribal government. So.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming in and having time to give your report regarding our tribal courts. Appreciate it. As I'm making my way up there to do the closing remark, I'm going to call on Mr. Vice Chairman. He has that one last minute item, remember? I knew it.
You miss me. For the members that are listening,
I know Steve Farmer called in and asked about vaccination phases, and thanks for Allison Renville for sending me the schedule. The actual vaccination phases is phase 1, healthcare workers, first responders, essential workers dealing directly with COVID-19, and to elder complexes in different districts. Phase 2, high-risk members with 2A, including elders and people 65 and older. Phase 3, general population and everyone else. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. It's been a long day with our reports. I appreciate our leadership for sitting that long. I know we gotta move around. I appreciate it. And also too, I want to make aware of our, on behalf of our leadership too, some are quarantined and some kind of walked in later because of the COVID-19 issues. So like I said, not only leadership, we're all affected by it. So tomorrow it's going to be our travel secretary agenda for tomorrow. So I know she's going to be up late burning a candle with her tearjerker speech tomorrow. So it's going to be your time, Madam Secretary, with all your reports. I know as one of our executives, you have the most programs underneath your administration. So you're with a lot of work over there. And leadership, I appreciate that time that we took a break from the agenda to honor that and support the missing, murdered, and indigenous Native Americans out there on behalf of the Secretary's the board that she's on. So I appreciate that, and we'll continue to support that. And also too, not only the leadership, there are members out there. Juanette Renville, I can't remember, there's lots of our women and men out there supporting this, especially AJ Lufkins. We still remember AJ Lufkins has been 10 years from today. We'll continue to advocate that, and I give honor and respect to the ones that are out there still advocating for our loved ones out there, especially in this COVID pandemic that we're in. I also remind everybody that we are, our ancestors, that we are ingrained with that spiritual compass, whether you pick up that Bible and go to church, or we go pick up our pipes and we have those altars out there. We're ingrained to keep that prayer, that strong prayer going. As long as we continue that and make sure we can do it any time of the day. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be at that casino trying to win a jackpot to pray. You can do it anytime. You know, don't wait for those last minute ones. Continue to pray for each other. Even, it's just like talking. It's just like talking with one of us. My grandma always said, it could be simple as Medaki Was, that's it. Simple. And I appreciate the ones that are putting helping put together the agenda for this general council, keeping everybody safe, and all these decorating, these poinsettias. So remember, tomorrow we're going to have to be giving these away. And it looks pretty in there. And in closing, I want to thank the membership out there for tuning in and listening, because we're trying to be transparent with utilizing our Iapaha out there, and when he live streams everything, our council meetings. We appreciate that. We're trying in this pandemic. And of course, I want to thank Steve Farmer out there for keeping us on our toes and tuning in and asking those questions. You deserve a gold star. And also too, I appreciate the tax director's report. I know on behalf of the Chairman's Association and Ocheki Shakoi leadership, we wrote our letters out there to the President-elect Biden to support and nominate Deb Haaland, Interior Secretary, First Lady, for that position. So that was great news. I know we're sitting in here and everybody on Facebook, they knew this a long time ago and we're just getting it. So with that, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody calling in. And just remember, as long as we continue to pray and we all move at once, united, not separated, we'll get past this and everything will be okay. So until tomorrow, may God get us.